Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Grangemouth Community Centre to the Council budget meeting for 2025. And welcome to those joining online, and welcome to members of the public who have joined us today. The agenda was issued on Wednesday, 19th of February. Hard copies were made available to members at the Foundry on Thursday, 20th of February. A deputation request has been received in regard to agenda item 3, Revenue Budget 2025 and Financial Strategy, from Susan Hill, owner of Wellside Kindergarten, Helen Bell, owner of Glenbervie Kindergarten, Caroline Gormley, owner of Kidstop, and Lara Cohen on behalf of National Day Nurseries Association. A supplementary agenda was issued on Tuesday, 4th of March by email. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. Today's meeting has a full agenda. As chair of the meeting, I will look to ensure fair debate on those items where there are amendments, but will ask members to stick to the allocated time. I also want to remind members of the need to behave in a respectful manner to each other and to officers. We can disagree, and no doubt will disagree, but we can do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. I take this opportunity to remind members that all members should be heard without interruption. In terms of the business, I will also introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting, and we will break for lunch at an appropriate time. To support members hearing both in the room and online, I ask that members do not place their mobile phones near the microphones. Also ask that only members who are speaking have their microphones on. Should members in the room wish to speak, ask that they indicate this to me, and this will be noted by officers and democratic services. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on the screen. We'll ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing a debate, but at that point it's your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally, otherwise you may miss your chance to speak. Members joining remotely should ensure that their cameras are turned on at all times during the proceedings. So before we start, can everyone check now your mobile phones off or on silent, please? Agenda item 1, the Sediment. Mr. Moody will take the roll call.
Provost, if I could just interrupt,
yes.
Just for a second. The sound is absolutely awful.
It is a wee bit strange.
It's awful. I'm really struggling to hear, and all that's going to happen is I'm sure that at some important juncture in the meeting, we're going to have to ask for stuff to be repeated or whatever. We were aware of this yesterday at Civic Licence, and I realise that nothing can probably be done at the minute, but I would just ask for a wee bit of forbearance with, you know, if we do ask for stuff to be repeated, because the sound is absolutely awful.
Okay. Can we do anything?
Provost, this isn't the first time this has been brought up. There is facility for headphones on these machines. You know, how many times do we need to say the sound's bad before anything's actually done?
Mr. Moody?
Provost, we do have a colleague from IT in attendance at the moment, and he's looking to improve the position as we go through the meeting. So we're doing what we can do with the system we have.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Moody. So we'll go to Sediment.
Provost Bissett.
Present.
Apologies have been received from Deputy Provost Balfour. Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah.
Councillor Aitken.
Yeah.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Yes.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Bailey Buchanan.
Present.
Councillor Bundy.
Here.
Councillor Colley.
Here.
Councillor Deacon.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Bailey Kerr.
Present.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And short.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Apologies have been received from Councillors Ritchie and Robertson, Councillor Sinclair
Here.
and Councillor Spears.
Present.
Thanks, Mr Moody. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at this meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Do we have any declarations of interest?
Provost, as a number of people have known, I've been the chairman of the Dobie Hill Trust for a good number of while. I spoke to the Chief Governance Officer and I resigned as chairman and from the decision-making board of the Dobie Hill Trust, which, as you know, is part of the main revenue budget. There is an item section in there, so I believe then I can now take part in that item.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Patrick. Oh, Councillor Spears? Councillor Spears, my apologies.
A long time ago, my child had an association with one of the nurseries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Provost, I'm really struggling with the sound here as well. I think we should have a recess until this is sorted.
Mr Moody.
Someone is trying to adjust the sound just as we speak, so I wonder if we could try and make some progress and see if it improves during the course of this morning's meeting.
Could you please repeat that?
Okay, so as we're talking, I guess you'll be able to get levels and check things as we're going along. It'd be easier if we are talking. Councillor Bailey.
Provost,
Sorry, Provost, I didn't understand a word of that. Nothing came across. I do apologise. I'm not trying to be difficult, but there's not a word that I'm hearing that's intelligible there. You know, I'm sorry about that, but it's just.
Provost, I think it's that side of the room. When it's down this side or that side, it's plain, but when it's coming from there, there's an issue. Well, for us anyway.
Right. Okay. Okay, we'll have a 10-minute adjournment to see if we can adjust the sound. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Just like to thank James Matheson for fixing the sound system and to wish him a happy birthday at the same time. No, save that to the end. So we're on declarations of interest. So was there any further declarations of interest? No. Agenda item 3, Revenue Budget 25-26 and Financial Strategy. It's a report by the Chief Executive and Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services, and it's pages 2 to 112 on your agenda papers. There'll be 3 amendments. 3 amendments have been submitted, therefore there will be a debate. Deputation request has been submitted from Susan Hill, owner of Wellside Kindergarten, Helen Bell, owner of Glenbervie Kindergarten, Caroline Gormley, owner of Kidstop, on behalf of National Day Nurses Association, and Lara Cohen, parent. Is the Council agreed to hear the deputation?
Agreed.
Okay,
Agreed.
just like to invite Susan, Helen, Caroline and Lara to come to the table. So the deputation has 10 minutes to speak. So are the 4 of you going to speak? Just 2. Okay. So they'll have 5 minutes. 5 minutes each. And after we hear the deputation, members can ask some brief questions. So over to you.
Thank you for allowing us to speak this morning. In 2018, the Scottish Government introduced one of their flagship policies. So I've got a lot of feedback. Is that any better? We'll just swap seats. In 2018, the Scottish Government introduced one of their flagship policies, Funding Follows the Child, putting choice and flexibility in the hands of parents and carers, and is directed towards the best interests of the child. This provider-neutral approach allows parents to choose where they want their child to access their ELC entitlement, regardless of whether they are in the public, private or third sector. An extract from the ELC Statutory Guidance 2021 states, when designing the 1140 hours policy, the Scottish Government recognised that families come in different shapes and sizes and decided that childcare choices should be in the hands of the parents and decided that funding should follow the child. The policy goes on to state that parents and carers should have control over their child's educational path, and it should support parents to balance work, education and family life. The cornerstone of this policy was to support and expand ELC services across Scotland and not work to close them down. This proposal on the table today not only goes against the heart of this policy, but also against the UNCRC rights of the child, which is very disappointing given that Scotland is the first country in the UK to directly incorporate the UNCRC into domestic law. UNCRC states that children have the following rights: the right to be listened to and taken seriously. Adults must do what is in my best interest. Governments must protect and respect my rights. The right to have friends and not to be displaced from friends groups. To be protected from being badly treated. An education which develops my personality, talents and abilities. And the right to be emotionally protected. Our children are happy and settled, and to force them to be removed from their carers and friends groups without any consideration for their well-being, we feel is unacceptable. We have been made aware that Falkirk Council have updated their original proposal in the reduction of commissioning of funded ELC places from private partners to a move that will now stop new eligible children from August being funded. We would like to raise serious concerns about this new proposal. These children are not new to our nurseries, but children who have been in attendance, they were babies, some as young as 6 weeks, and on that basis will still be displaced from their setting if this proposal goes ahead. We are also concerned that this goes directly against the UNCRC rights of the child, again, on many levels. All of the 13 nurseries have been established in our communities between 10 to 32 years. It is a well-known fact that the PVI sector rely on 3 to 5-year-old children to be sustainable. This is the reason why local authorities no longer provide provision for under 2s. As 50% of our business comes from 3 to 5-year-old children, taking these places away will directly impact the sustainability of nurseries that could lead to closures. This proposed 2-year plan will not just force us to make staff redundant, but to close our nurseries as well. One of the Labour government's flagship policies is for economic growth, and this proposal is in direct opposition of this policy. This proposal will have a huge impact on families. Limited parental choice and flexibility. The local authority models do not cover a 7 AM to 6 PM period that our families rely on and we offer. It will cause unnecessary upset and anxiety for families. It will force families into untenable situations where they will need to reduce working hours or leave employment. It will disproportionately affect working parents and those with complex childcare needs. It will increase child poverty as parents struggle to afford alternative provision. It will stop parents re-entering the workforce and limit career
You've got 1 minute left.
1 minute left. Oh. It will stop families into a situation where children have multiple carers and they have to rely on extended family. So what could be the alternatives? In the last 48 hours, West Lothian have closed 8 of their council-run nurseries because they're undersubscribed. Falkirk Council receives an early rate of £9.43 per child. Falkirk Council pays an early rate of £6.93 to private provider nurseries for the same service. So every child in a partner provider nursery costs £2.50 an hour less to Falkirk Council. This represents an annual difference of £2,853.19 per child, or £427.98 for the 150 children Falkirk Council are proposing to act from the private providers. We argue that the council cannot be both competitor and the body to decide where the funding is allocated. This is a clear conflict of interest. Holders of public office must act and take decisions impartially, fairly and on merit, using the best evidence and without discrimination or bias, and we trust that your decision upholds that. I'll pass you over to Lara. Hopefully I've got my...
Hello, I'm Lara Cohen, a working mother of 2 children, the youngest of whom is nursery aged and currently at Wellside Kindergarten, extremely literally in this case. You have difficult decisions to make, and it's going to be unpopular whatever you decide. I don't envy you that, but there are good and bad ways to make difficult decisions. So please, do a consultation, do a high quality EPIA that the Council's task force is confident meets the Council's equality duties. The Council vacancies are predominantly 9 to 3, term time only. Most of the 150 children to be moved need 8 to 6 or 7 to 6 year-round childcare. Would parents have to reduce or give up work or forfeit the funding that their child is legally entitled to? If the Council increases its own extended provision instead, what are the cost implications of that? Staffing, heating, electricity, consumables? If running a nursery were cheap, none of us would be having this conversation. My own youngest daughter was born early. She was born the 23rd of February, 6 days before the new cutoff. One of her closest friends at nursery was not so lucky. That turn of the month is now a chasm. A family's chances should not turn on a 6-day accident of birth. But if this proposal forces nurseries to close, we're all going to fall right into that chasm. And where will the under threes go? How will parents be able to return to work when maternity leave ends if the vital under 3 and under 2 provision from the private nurseries closes? Most of these children are not new. They are established members of their nursery community. The 1140 funding was to promote continuity of setting, continuity of carers and peer group. How will the council implement that for these children? Applications for 2025-2026 council places have already closed. They closed Friday, the 28th of February, the day this policy was announced. So the affected families will have to make late applications through no fault of their own. How will the council mitigate against that disadvantage? Falkirk Council are not the first council to face this problem. Please consult with West Lothian, consult with Aberdeen and the other councils who are further along this path. Consult with the Scottish Government. Their policy states that funding follows the child, places choice in parents' and carers' hands, allowing them to access their funded entitlement from any setting in the public, private, or third sector, including from a childminder who meets the national standard, has a place available, and has or is willing to enter into a contract with their local authority. The private nurseries meet the standard, have the places, and have the contracts. On what basis does the council override the parents' right to choose? Surely it benefits no one to pass the proposal today and then have it overridden by the Scottish Government. Please, whatever you think of the ultimate merits of this proposal, not today. Find another way for this year so that these questions can be considered properly and discussed openly and honestly with the people of Falkirk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now open up for members' questions on the substance of the deputation. Any questions? Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Many questions. I have very many questions. What could happen today doesn't just strike at my heart, but it strikes at the heart of the community. It strikes at the heart of young families that are struggling just now. They're trying to work. I know our local food bank, the biggest take-up is working families. I'll try and not be too emotive here, because it does really touch my heart what could happen here. And Mrs. Cohen, you summed it up when you says, I have a right of choice.
Do you have a question, Councillor Spears?
I do.
Okay.
I'm sorry if it's too emotive for you, Provost, but to be honest...
No, it's a motive for everybody, Councillor Spears. But if you could get to your question, please.
You spoke on funding to follow the child. Can you elaborate on that, please?
I'm not a solicitor, but if you look on the website, and I can find the link for anyone who wants it, the policy is that it is supposed to be the parent and the carer's choice. And that is in part because the vast majority of council provision, here and everywhere, is 9 to 3 term time only. Most of your nurseries are in schools, and that's what schools do, and that's what they're good at. But that's not what most working parents need. And there's no school wraparound care for a 3-year-old, let alone an 18-month-old. So we need the private nurseries, and our children are entitled to that funding support just as much as any other child. And that's what Follow the Funding does. It says that as long as the setting meets the national standard, has a place, and has or will enter into a contract with you, the local authority, then our child can get their funding there. So we can work so that they can stay. The two women currently looking after Elise have known her since she was a few days old, coming with me to drop off her older sister. One of them looked after Katrina, my eldest, the night Elise was born. Katrina was not supposed to be at Wellside the next day. Elise was born at 2 a.m, as babies do. But Wellside made space. We don't have extended family around us. And Wellside said, don't worry about that. We'll make it work. And they meant my COVID experienced 2.5-year-old who had never spent a night away from me, never been able to be left in the care of family or friends, was happy and safe and not distressed. That's the flexibility, the relationships that these nurseries and continuity offer. It is not in those children's best interest or those families' best interest to be forced to move at 3 so they can access what should be theirs legally anyway.
Do you think the council's trying to close your nursery down?
We entered into partnership with the local authority many years ago in good faith. We were told that the private sector were needed. There was plenty of places for everybody. We expressed concern 5 years ago at the Scottish Government's blueprint at the rapid expansion of Falkirk council nurseries, that it was over provision. We were already there, we already had staffing in place, we already had places available. We feel now that we did raise our concerns 5 years ago. That happened in England many years ago, and a lot of local authority nurseries closed down. We're hearing that across lots of authorities now, and authorities are being creative and looking at their own nurseries first and foremost. We don't know whether the council are trying to close our nurseries down, but by removing our 3 and 4-year-olds, we will not be sustainable. We don't make any money on under 3s. The staff to child ratio is too high. We only ever make any money when it comes to a 3 and 4-year-old child. By this time next year, if this proposal goes ahead, we won't have any 3 or 4-year-old children at all. And the likelihood is that the 13 nurseries will be closed before the summer next year. We currently accommodate, just now we did a calculation yesterday, 1,200 children across the 13 nurseries, and we're concerned about where these 1,200 children are going to go when we have to close our doors. No, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask Mrs. Cohen another question? How do you feel this has been sprung on you with very little or no consultation?
Friday. It's only Thursday. What you're effectively proposing to do, whether or not that's the intention, is roughly the equivalent of closing a school. There are statutory consultation processes for that, and it takes a long time, as I'm sure everyone here is aware, because you've just done it for Blackness, and you're sadly facing the prospect of having to do it again. You've given these families days, and the whole world, I mean, there are people now who have, they're pregnant on the assumption that they would get this funding at private nurseries. There's people who already have 2 children who had them at the spacing going, that's financially affordable because my eldest will have their funded hours. This will tear all of that away from them.
Thank you. You spoke about council facilities closing on the 28th of February, which would diminish the right of choice. If you could maybe expand on that to us, please.
The deadline to apply for a council nursery place, as I understand it, was the 28th of February. Most of these 150 families, well, inherently, these 150 families won't have applied. None of the 400 families potentially affected will have applied because they're intending to take that place in their established private nursery. So those applications have gone in. Presumably the allocations are being done on whatever admission rules there are. And so then a decision will be made on this. And if it's passed, then there will need to be a decision made on which 150 children pay the price. And then those families will have to consider their choices. Do they stay at their private nursery and forfeit almost £600 a month so that they can keep working? Or do they rearrange their entire lives and work to try and take a council place and put a late application in and take whatever spaces are left over with less choice than every other child and family in a council nursery had, because this proposal came late? That doesn't seem remotely fair. Even if you're going to roll out this policy, it should be done in a timely manner so the families know who is infected and have a fair chance to consider their options and put in their applications to be considered with everyone else.
Do you think this meets the Scottish Government's confidence and equality statement?
Could you repeat the question, please?
You mentioned that the Scottish Government has a document that mentions the parents should have confidence and children should have equality. Do you feel that this motion put forward today regarding, I'm going to say our children, but all children, and the parents' right to choose, shows that confidence and equality?
I do equality and diversity impacts sometimes in my professional capacity. There are some obvious holes in the EPIA as published. You don't actually need me to tell you that, because the council's own task force pointed some of them out. Surely the minimum standard for safe decision making, that you can be confident you're meeting your legal requirements for both general and public sector specific equality, is that the task force is happy and confident that the EPI does that. I mean, they could still make a mistake, we're all human, but surely that's the starting point. And that's not being met.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that many other members will have equal concerns and wish to make questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We've got Councillor Nimmo.
Hopefully this is going to work, Provost. It was playing up earlier on. Can I just thank the four of you for your presentation this morning? Well done. I've just got a general question, and I'll ask the same of officers later on. What information have you received from Education Services regarding this proposal? Because there seems to be a lot of misinformation out there. As elected members, we've all received a huge number of emails from parents and nurseries regarding this proposal. But as I said, there seems to be a lot of misinformation out there. Can you maybe just comment on that?
Provost, it just seems that one mic can go on at a time. So just be people.
I think so.
So it was just 2 weeks before the proposal came out, the proposal was published, that we got the information from Children's Services to say that they were proposing to cut the 150 places from the private sector. So there had been no consultation with us at all. The proposal was due to be published to yourselves just a few days afterwards, after us finding out. At that point, when we found out, we were under strict confidentiality that we couldn't share with parents. And then the proposal was delayed coming out, so it really impacted on us sharing with our families the impact that was being proposed. So we didn't have very much notice at all. As Lara said earlier, we were in the process of gathering all our funding applications for Falkirk Council for the 28th of February, same time as everybody applies to the council nurseries. So we just didn't have enough time to alert our parents to the fact that they might indeed need a council application or an application to one of the council nurseries as opposed to ourselves. So we're still not in a position to know any further detail on the breakdown of how it would be, how the allocation of 150 places would be divided across the nurseries. We were told by Children's Services that if the proposal goes ahead, then they would have meetings with us after that to discuss how the breakdown would happen. So we've had very little notice, and as a result, we've had very little opportunity to notify our families, and I think that's why everybody is so disappointed and not really sure how due diligence could have been done in making this decision, because there's been absolutely no consultation at all with one of the key stakeholders, as in the private nurseries.
Thanks for that.
Can I just say, at an initial meeting with Children's Services, it was portrayed to us that it would only be 36 children that would be displaced, approximately 10%, approximately the methodology that had been calculated. And then when the proposal came out, bang, there was 150. So there was no consultation. We were misled a little on the numbers, and then the 150 came, and as Caroline said, we had no, we weren't allowed to share it, we weren't allowed to ask opinions. It was, this is a proposal that's going forward, full stop.
And I would say that as parents, there has been no official communication from Education Services, nothing. And surely it is the responsibility of the council, not the individual private nurseries, to be laying out this policy to the parents affected and what their options are. But of course, that's not possible because of the timings.
Ross, if I can maybe just follow up on that, it's okay. The emails that elected members received regarding this were all pretty standard emails, the same sort of format. Can you maybe comment on where all this information came from then, if you hadn't had any contact from the council?
It's okay. Hi. We're all members of the National Day Nurseries Association, and we've taken, we've had a lot of consultation with them over this difficult proposal that's been put forward to us. They helped us to construct letters in the first place to parents. However, we are fully aware of the Scottish Government's funding follows the child policy. We work with that every day. And that's what is in the letter. Our concern is who is selecting the 150 children that are not going to be funded. What's the criteria for selecting the 150 children? Our parents are all working parents, so that can't be a criteria. Does it boil down to ones that work part-time, full-time, mums, dads? We have no idea. And we don't want the responsibility of saying to our parents, you're in and you're out, because that's not fair and equitable for our parents, and we have trusting relationships with them. They feel very passionate about it. The parents, they don't want to move their children. That's the bottom line. They don't want to move their children, and they don't want to be forced to move their children. Thank you.
Thanks for your responses. Thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to all who have spoken here today for giving us the information that you have. That's very valuable. I have 2 or 3 questions. Just first of all, you talked about, okay, is that better? I'm usually told to get closer rather. Is that any better? Yeah, okay. You mentioned the cost per child of the service that's provided in the private nurseries, and I think if I've written it down correctly, you said that the council cost is £9.43 per child, and private nurseries cost is £6.93 per child. You also said, though, that you don't make any money on the children under age 3, so presumably the cost per child for the under 3s is different than the cost per child for the over 3s. I wonder if you could say a bit more, because that's a very significant difference. It's more than a quarter cheaper in the private nursery, according to your figures. And I am curious to know how it is that private nurseries are able to do that. First, that's my first question.
So the £6.93 I took from the government's Green Book in terms of the amount of money that's being paid by central government to Falkirk Council to offer ELC services. The £6.93 is what we are being paid by Falkirk Council per hour per child to offer ELC services. So you can see there is like a £2.50 difference in the cost per hour that we can offer ELC services for, or we're being asked to offer ELC services for. So I'm confused then as to why Falkirk Council think that it's such a cost saving for them to not ask the private sector to offer these 1,140 ELC hours, because clearly it would be a much more cost-effective option for them to look at some of their own undersubscribed nurseries and allow the private partners and pay the private partners to continue offering the service, as indeed West Lothian and Aberdeen councils have taken the decision to do this week. So,
okay, thank you. We'll be able to.
Sorry, Councillor, can I just add to that? We pay the real living wage to our staff, as per the standard states that we have to do that. Local authority practitioners, managers, heads of centre are paid far more money than our practitioners, our staffing are, and that's across every local authority. It's a well-known fact. The private sector, you don't go and work in a private sector nursery because you're going to make a lot of money, because you won't. You do it because you're passionate. So that is we are sitting there with a staff, well-trained staff, who have the qualifications, who deliver the standard every day, as the Falkirk Council staff do, but we are going lesser wages. We are, as a business, we're able to direct we're looking at electricity, so we can find out what's best, cheapest for us. We're looking at food, right, where does the food come? Where's the highest quality and what price can we get? So we're looking at value for money constantly for our parents to make sure that they're getting the best service that we can. Contrary to popular belief, private nurseries, owners do not make a hefty amount of money because we put it back into the business. a lot of the times, I mean, I don't know how children's services work with the ELC and staffing and everything when it comes to out with the settings, but we have to make sure the staff that we have can do the job that's required at a decent enough wage, but they've got the passion to do it. So I would say the biggest thing is staffing wages and the ability to be flexible in where we seek our resources from.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We will be able to ask our officers later on a bit more about the situation in council nurseries, and we will be doing that. The second question I have is, you've talked a bit about parents having to take their children out of the private nursery and put them into a council nursery. Now, the information that I've been given is that no existing child currently in a nursery will be required to be moved. Who has told you that children will need to be moved?
When we asked in the first instance how children would be selected and being removed, the original proposal was that it would affect current children that were funded or new children. We don't know the detail of that yesterday. We are aware that the proposal changed somewhere along the lines, and that there was a message that said, we didn't get that formally. There was an indication that the children that were already being funded would remain funded in the nursery of their choice up to they went to school. When we're talking about New Start children, so that's our next group of eligibly funded children, they're the children that we have just now that are 2 years old, and from August this year to the end of February 26, they become eligible to be funded. So we've now been told that no new children will receive funding, but they're not new children. They're our children that have been there since they were babies. So regardless of what age group are being forced into the local authority nurseries, they're still settled children in our nursery. So all that's happened is they've moved the age group to be displaced to a younger age group. They're still our existing children.
So my daughter, Elise, 3 as of a few days ago, would not be forced to move unless Wellside closes. Half of her closest friends in the same room with her right this minute, but born March 1st or later, might be. They're there, they're settled. They're not new children to the nursery, they're just new children to the funding scheme.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will be asking of officers again later on. One final question. There was reference to the importance of continuity. The children who are in private nurseries will later on be going on to primary schools. Do you see no advantage whatsoever in those children being in a nursery with other children who are going on to primary school? I mean, it seems to me that there would be distinct advantages for those children to get to know people in the nursery before they go to the primary school.
They are in a nursery getting to know children. My eldest is in P1. She went up to her primary school in the same class because Comley Park consult with nurseries and generally follow it, with 5 other children from her nursery who she's been with some of them again since she was 1 year old. But there's no guarantee that you move a child to a funded nursery, council-funded nursery, that will be their school nursery. That's not guaranteed. You could still well be giving those children an extra transition with none of this extensive transition support that is there around the transition into P1 and the transition into S1. And the children who are in the school nursery get all that same transition support. It's still a big transition.
Okay, thank you very much for your extensive answers. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. We're now 25 minutes into the debate. We've still got to hear from Councillor Brown, Bailey Kerr, Councillor Murtagh, so we need to try and make some progress. So we'll now go to Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to the deputations today for giving your emotive and obviously understandably concerning time for your children and businesses. I only
I
have
think
one
you're on
question.
mute, Councillor Brown.
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
I can hear you all right, Claire.
Yeah. Can you hear me? What? Hello? Can you
Maybe
hear
there's an
me?
issue in the room.
I think so.
Because I can
We're
hear
trying
you,
to
Claire,
correct you,
as well.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I can hear everything clearly.
Same.
Can colleagues online hear
Yep.
Councillor Brown?
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, I can hear Claire
We
very
have a
clearly.
problem in the room. Sorry, we can't hear Councillor Brown in
No, it's
the
fine.
room here.
They don't want me to speak today, I think.
Could I ask one of the other councillors to maybe speak, just to see if it's just a local?
We have been speaking. There's nothing coming through.
I was speaking there. Answered your
Councillor
question.
Brown, could you try
was I.
speaking?
Can you hear me?
Provost, I wonder, since the room, since they can hear the room, whether if the next councillor who's got questions, if Councillor Brown wouldn't mind that while they're sorting it out, could.
Aye, good point. Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. We'll come back to Councillor Brown and we'll now go to Bailey Kerr.
My question's already been answered. Thanks, Provost.
We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And many of the answers you've given have been, you've covered many of the things I've think, and if you want to move part of my motion later on equalities, you should feel free. I want to ask you about the issue about what parents need from childcare. As you've heard, there is capacity within council nurseries between 9 and 3, and there is some limited capacity for extended hours around that. In your opinion, does what the council offer meet the needs of parents, working parents, as it's actually required?
A few, clearly. Parents who work very part-time, parents who have significant extended family support. There obviously is a need and a place for 9 to 3 term time only provision. There are parents that suits. But lots of jobs do not accommodate 9 to 3 term time only. I can barely manage with 8 to 6. There have been times when I have had to look at a 7:30 start, and I know parents who routinely need that early start. We need these hours to let us work, to let us progress our careers. And clearly nobody wants having children in Falkirk to effectively mean you can't work in most jobs until they start P1 and can access school wraparound care.
Thanks for your answer. Obviously, the 11:40 hours coming in has been a game changer for many parents, and my children were through that stage before I could benefit from that. But I do recall having to give up my place at teacher training and my career because there was no wraparound childcare available to me at that time. Is that the sort of, if there is a cut, an uncertainty, regardless of whether there are places or not, will it threaten your financial viability to operate at all, and therefore meet the needs of those parents who may be at the lower end of the income spectrum because they've got perhaps less secure jobs as well?
think for us, the proposal is talking about 150 children. It's a much greater number for us because we can then not accommodate any new children moving to the area, parents who choose to take up work when their child turns 3. You know, we get children applying at all times of the year to us for wraparound care. So where the local authority are looking at removing 150 of our children, that's not sustainable, but we won't be able to offer funding. We already had this week a parent applying for a place at our nursery. Their child becomes eligible in November, and in any previous years they've been able to apply. We apply for the funding, they start in November. We had to tell her yesterday that we can't guarantee her the funding. She was looking for care from 7:30 to 6. She doesn't know what she's going to do now, but she says, well, I might just have to pay for that. And we're saying, well, in every 31 other local authorities, that is paid for that family. But the nurseries are not sustainable, never mind the 150 children, but all the additional children that we can't offer funding to. It's just not a viable business. I mean, if we're open past the summer next year, if this proposal goes ahead, it's also very, very unclear because we've been told it's a 2-year proposal. What we don't know, because we can't even work out a budget, because we've not been told, is it 150 children this year and 150 children next year? Is it 150 children over 2 years? Do the 150 include the commitment to fund the children that are already there till they go to school with a slight change of the proposal? If that includes these children, we cannot offer funding to anybody else for 2 years. That's not a sustainable business. My business has been open for 32 years in the nursery in Falkirk. We have staff that have worked with us for 32 years, and I don't want to have to tell them that they no longer have a job, or the 85 parents that come to the nursery that they no longer have any childcare. But unfortunately, that's what we're faced with.
Okay, sorry. And it was mentioned the UNCRC and the corporation, obviously, and as a Scotland human rights champion, I'm extraordinarily passionate about that. In terms of the general principles in Article 3 and the best interests of the child and acting in the best interests of the child, do you consider that if a child has been with you since 6 months to 3 years and then has to leave because they can't, well, because there's not a place for them and the only option, do you feel that that is in the best interests of the child?
Absolutely not. We apply the UNCRC principles in our practice every day. We were over the moon that was ratified into Scots law. There are children's rights awards for nurseries to apply for. It's absolutely not in the best interest it's not in the best interest to ask a parent to make that decision either, but we're looking at it from the well-being of the children. It's absolutely not the right thing to do. We have 2-year-old children that turn 3 that become eligible for funding, but they're not quite ready to just transition into perhaps our bigger playroom. So that the potential for some of these children would be removed from a playroom in our establishments that have maybe 10 children into a local authority nursery that has over 100 children in its open plan. And if parents wanted to choose that, they would have chosen that in the first place. It's not in the best interest of children or the UNCRC rights of the child on any level.
Thank you. And just finally, because I do note that, and I agree with what your comments say about what's in the EPIA, but the EPIA task force did pick up the risk to female staff, you know, and the majority you've said, I think, that are female staff. And that obviously female staff, female workers who are your clients may well lose their jobs if they can't find wraparound. I just want to be clear, because there was a question asked about transition. My experience, so from what my friends who have used private nurseries, is there is transition for those children who attend private nursery between 3 and 4 with whatever primary school they are going to, and that is high quality transition, and that is a standard thing that happens in the best interest of the child. Can you just confirm that so we're aware?
We work with all the primary schools on the transitions. We work with Falkirk Council Education Services to make transitions better for all children across Falkirk, not just for those that attend local authority schools. We ourselves, as nursery staff, transport children to join in inductions, because often our parents are at work and they can't even meet the requirements of a school induction. So we actually take our children along to the school induction to ensure that they don't miss out on that experience. Nursery, primary one teachers visit our nurseries to meet the child in the nursery, because they want to see the environment that they've come from, because that's important when they take their journey into primary one.
Okay, thank you. Very, very finally, obviously, you recognise the council has very difficult decisions, and none of it is easy for anybody in this room, including the officers who got to bring this forward. If this was taken off the table today, would you still be prepared in advancing discussions, consultation, having constructive discussion that perhaps there is a way to do this better and to make savings all round? But that would still require equipment all round, that you would engage in that, and it's not just a case of opposing it for the sake of it, but that with more time and proper consultation, that could be a possibility.
We engage with education services on most things that we do where children are concerned. We are very open to further discussions around this. The timing of this is wrong. We have made commitments to parents who should be funded in August, parents who have accepted additional hours at work because they were getting this funding. We've honoured extra days at our nurseries for children that were entitled to funding in August. So yes, we are absolutely open to further discussion around this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. If there's no further questions in the room, we'll take a 5-minute recess to get those online back in the room. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me in the room?
Aye. Okay, we'll now go to Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Provost. Can you hear me okay now?
Loud and clear.
Perfect, thanks so much. Thank you to Deputations today for coming along and obviously sharing your concerns and worries about the future if these proposed cuts were approved. And my question really is to Susan, and with regards to your business and also the other similar private nurseries, if these cuts are voted through, will your business survive?
No. Simple answer, no. It's not sustainable.
Thanks, Susan. No further questions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Brown. If there's no further questions, no? Okay. I would just like to thank Susan, Helen, Caroline and Lara for coming along today and for articulating their case very well, I must say. And I hope you feel you've had a fair hearing overall. And thanks very much for your time. Thank you. So we'll now go to Mr. Laurie and Mrs. Templeman to give an overview of the revenue budget for 25-26 and the financial strategy. Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. Morning to all. Just by way of introduction to the report, during the last year, members have received a number of reports and briefings and participated in debates on the Council's financial position. In the financial strategy, which was approved in October, the Council formed a set of ambitions for tackling the financial challenges. Firstly, to tackle the Council's structural deficit definitively, so that Council is only dealing with new year pressures in future budgets. Secondly, to remove the reliance on service concessions to support the revenue budget by the end of 26-27, and that should include a significant reduction in the use of service concessions in 25-26. Thirdly, to use these available service concessions for significant and ambitious investment activity across the Council area. And this has been recently demonstrated through the agreement in principle to allocate service concessions to Falkirk Town Hall and to sports and recreation facilities. And this report today sets out the potential use of 46 million of service concessions if, as a council, we can get to that point. And fundamentally, the council has expressed the aim to significantly reduce the reliance on non-recurring funding and to operate within the income it receives each year. And I think it's important in this budget that we take a decisive step towards that position. And I acknowledge that that is particularly challenging. I think this year there are a number of uncertainties. We are dealing with uncertainties in relation to pay awards, employers' national insurance contributions, the pressures facing the IJB, which are considerable, uncertainty around about teacher numbers, which continues, and the extended producer responsibility scheme, which is detailed in the report. So in that regard, we're setting a budget in perhaps unusual circumstances in terms of the volume and the nature and the potential impact of these uncertainties. So in that context, I just wanted to talk briefly about savings and transformation and also about council tax. So the table on page 19 indicates a revised budget gap of 58.5 million over the next 5 years. That assumes a 7% council tax increase each year. The options for 25-26 are as set out in the report. And at this point, we have 13.8 million of savings identified for future years. So for 26, 27 and beyond. So in addition to council tax increases, it is essential that the council continues to identify transformational projects that reduce costs while seeking to improve service delivery and or minimise negative impacts on communities and service users. And a number of proposals under development are listed on page 29 of the agenda, together with the 11 projects currently being taken forward as part of the Council of the Future programme listed on page 30. The Council will need to be open-minded about future opportunities to significantly transform its business, aligned with the target operating model and working with partners locally and nationally to develop significant cost-saving options. And I would just add, on a point of accuracy, that at paragraph 559, the work described there has now been taken forward with Clackmannanshire Council, but not Stirling Council. In terms of council tax, the finance team have been monitoring decisions made by councils over the last few weeks. And at this point, 28 councils have already set their council tax for next year, with an average increase of 9.36%, and therefore an average council tax at Band D of 1,540.39 pence. Now, as set out in the table in the report, Falkirk currently sits 25th out of the 32 councils in terms of its council tax level. And looking at the motions and amendments in front of us today, at the highest level, that might take us up to 11th highest in terms of council tax, and at the lowest level, perhaps stay more or less where we are. There are 3 other councils also taking their council tax decisions today. What I would say is that the issue of annual council tax bills in March is an opportunity to remind and encourage households, any household on low income, not already in receipt of council tax reduction, to check if they are entitled to this support. An increase in council tax will undoubtedly increase the number of households who will undertake this check. And for most, this can be done online via our benefits calculator. And for anyone who cannot access this themselves or with support, our advice and support hubs will provide appropriate assistance. It's perhaps notable that over the last 2 years, Falkirk has had the highest increase in the take-up of council tax reduction in Scotland, which I think reflects both the increased awareness and underlying infrastructure that we have in place to maximise that support. And it's important that we ensure that we are able to support households who seek our assurance in that regard, regardless of the position we reach in relation to council tax today. And finally, Provost, and before I hand over to Amanda, I want to say something too in relation to the EPIAs supporting the savings and fees and charges proposals which the Council is asked to consider today. Clearly, some concerns have been raised about the EPIAs in advance of the meeting, and these are most clearly articulated in the amendment from Councillor Murtagh. And I do thank Councillor Murtagh for raising these issues, and I acknowledge her role as the Equalities and Human Rights Champion. Members will have seen concern has focused on the answers in the EPIAs to question 10 in our form, where our EPIA team have indicated, in many cases, that they are not able to confidently state that the EPIAs meet the requirements of the public sector equality duty. I think it's clear from reading the EPIAs that the root of this assessment, and indeed the concerns that have been raised by Councillor Murtagh and others, is the absence of consultation or engagement to inform the assessment of impact. I think it's important to note that the final sign-off lies with the service director, and in each case, it is the director who will know that the service has been satisfied that there is an adequate assessment of impact within the EPIA. In relation to consultation and engagement, this is not an absolute requirement for the EPIA process, but I wish to make it clear that my own view is that an EPIA will always be better when it is informed by engagement. The users of our services know best what the impact of change is on them and are in the best place to tell us what mitigations there may be to negative impacts. That is the place I want us to be in as a council in terms of future consideration of EPIAs. And Councillor Mercer's amendment calls for work to be undertaken to get the council to that position. Officers are reviewing our processes to achieve this, and this work will also include further consideration of the implications of the UNCRC incorporation, and in particular Article 12. As the focus of attention has been on the EPIAs for the education savings proposals, I also think it's important to say something about the context in which they were developed. Members know that national decisions in relation to teacher numbers and our own decisions as a council in relation to the Learning Week left a considerable gap in savings from children's services and in the council's overall budget position. With these decisions, we lost a potential 11.6 million of potential savings. It was my assessment that the director had to produce further savings proposals for consideration at this budget. And I'm very grateful for him for doing so, particularly as core services are already stretched and new proposals not easy to develop. Inevitably, that process restricted the time available for engagement. That is not where I would wish the council to be, but it is important context in this situation. And all that having been said, I am clear, Provost, that the EPIAs are of an adequate standard to allow the consideration of the proposals before you today to proceed. With your agreement, Provost, I'll ask Amanda to come in now. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. So first today, I'd like to start by thanking Danny Kearney in the finance team, the other finance managers, Mary, Andy and Caroline, and the wider finance team for all the hard work in supporting the development of this budget. And as ever, the finance team, along with support from other officers across the council services, have worked really hard to pull all this detail and all this information together. I'd also like to thank the members for their input into the budget process. We're sitting today with 4 revenue budgets to consider, and that's reflective of the commitments of members to tackle the financial challenges facing the council, and that's very much appreciated by the officers. Members are aware of the need to set the 25-26 budget in the context of the council's 5-year financial strategy, and the council has been very clear about how important it views financial sustainability, which is one of the enablers within the council plan. Each time the council takes a financial decision, it will have an impact on the ability of the council to reach a more financially sustainable position. The 5-year gap for the council is currently estimated at 58.5 million, as shown on page 19 of the agenda. Each year we have a legal obligation to set a balanced budget, and therefore each year we will need to find a way to tackle the gaps. The only way to do that is by increasing income and reducing spend. And officers realise that that's a very difficult message for our communities. However, it is the only approach that we can take to sustain the council and continue to deliver the many services that our communities value and rely on. The financial gap in 25-26 is 33.5 million, excluding any council tax increase, and that's almost 7% of the council's budget. Officers have worked to identify deliverable savings and fees and charges increases, and £12.7 million in total has been identified for 25-26. These savings proposals should be developed with consideration of the target operating model principles that the council approved in September 2023
And so these are shown in pages 11 and 12 of the agenda. Previous reports to members have highlighted that there's no way to significantly reduce costs without reducing staffing numbers. And the first target operating model principle highlights that we'll be a smaller, more focused and efficient organisation. The majority of savings that have been identified by officers are operational in nature, meaning that the impact on frontline service delivery or council policy is not expected to be significant, and therefore directors have delegated authority to take these decisions. However, these decisions are not necessarily easy, and it is of note that staff reductions of 91.4 full-time equivalents are expected to flow from these savings. The Chief Executive has already noted there are a number of uncertainties within the 25-26 budget, and as we do every year, the Council must use best information available at a point in time to estimate the position. And the Council will have to react to changes and challenges which impact on the financial outturn. General Fund Reserve is critical in helping the Council to manage risks, and as a result, the budget paper recommends no use of General Fund Reserve at this point, with a further report to come back to members as risks become more clear and more information is available. As I say, the Chief Exec highlighted the key risks, and I'll just expand on those a little. The main risks are around the pay award, which is not yet settled. The Council has provided for a 3% uplift, but we know that trade unions are looking for a much higher figure. But fundamentally, the Council has no funds available to provide anything beyond the 3%. There are significant pressures on the Integration Joint Board, and the budget report makes it clear that it is more likely than not that additional funding will have to be identified and passed to the IGB for 25-26. We will come back to members on that. Employers' National Insurance, we don't have our final funding allocation yet, and we are anticipating pressures from providers facing increased costs. Funding has not been provided for non-direct employers' national insurance costs, and that is also a significant risk which is facing the IGB in particular. Teacher numbers, the Scottish Government asked Council for information on mitigating factors where they have not met or will not meet the 2023 teacher census numbers. Falkirk Council provided these mitigations to the Scottish Government in January, and at this point there's not been any further information on the Scottish Government's views on the mitigations. But we, in common with many other councils, have assumed that these mitigations will be accepted. The discussions in this area around reduced class contact time bring a further degree of uncertainty. There are further pieces of work which have been referenced in the report, and these include a review of reserves with a view to establishing a risks and pressures reserve, consideration and development of further proposals to come back to members, and these are set out in the table on page 29. And paragraph 5.19.5 on page 40 of the agenda highlights that work to develop the approach to participation and engagement in respect of the 26-27 budget is also underway. Turning briefly to service concessions, the budget book includes Appendix 3, which starts on page 60, and that sets out how £46 million could be invested across the council estate. It's important for council to understand that the budgets for 2023-24, 24-25 and 25-26 have all been heavily reliant on service concessions, and the budget proposed today would, however, see the council make a significant reduction in the usage of service concessions from the 24-25 level. We need to continue to work towards reducing our reliance on these service concessions entirely, and we know that will be challenging, particularly given the desire to retain that 46 million for investment. The real test of this ambition will be in the 26-27 budget setting exercise. The budget paper includes a reserve policy for approval, and that flows from an Audit Scotland recommendation. And just to emphasise, there's no significant changes proposed in respect of that reserves policy. And in conclusion, the budget set out today allocates expenditure of £486 million to provide much valued services that our communities and services rely on. It also significantly reduces the council's reliance on service concessions, which is very welcome. And that aligns with the success measures for financial sustainability as set out in the council plan and the financial strategy. This is a positive direction of travel, but we recognise that Council will have to work hard to ensure that we can sustain this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mrs Templeman, and thanks very much, Mr Lawrie, for that overview. I will now open up for questions, but I would say that stick to questions, don't be making statements. There's opportunity for statements later on in the debate, and we should maybe try and do the questions within an hour or so. And questions should be on the substance of the report. And if members could maybe refrain from requesting general information that could have been sought before the meeting, as we've had the papers for a couple of weeks. So we'll just open up for any questions to officers. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost. Just one brief question probably for the Director of Education. Could you clarify the position on what we've heard this morning about the 150 children having to be removed from nurseries in Falkirk?
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. Yes, I'd welcome the opportunity to clarify that. Before I do that, though, I'd make 2 points. First of all, the proposal has not changed. So the proposal that was published, as per the normal timelines, has not changed. And to clarify the issue of whether or not this is a 1 year or a 2 year proposal, this is a proposal for session 25-26, but the reason for the slight confusion around the issue with the 2 years is that all education savings are always split between 2 years to take account of the difference between a financial year and an academic year. I think an easy way to think of this is as follows. There is a budget of £2.9 million available for commissioning of places from PVI partners, £2.9 million. And that is for 3 to 5 year olds and some 2 year olds. Babies, 1 year olds, and most 2 year olds, if they are in PVI partner provision, they need to be paid for. The 2.9 million is for commissioning of places of 3 to 5 year olds. What we are doing, and this is a really important point, is we are reducing that budget, that £2.9 million, by a total of 1 million, which in money terms is the equivalent of around 150 places, 1140 places. Not all of that £1 million is currently funding places anyway. So it is sitting there unused. That's a really important point. And what that does not mean is that 150 children will have to move from their placement. And I'm aware that that has become prevalent in media and social media in the last couple of weeks. In fact, no child will have to move. And I'm really important that I clarify that. So there is still, therefore, £1.9 million available for commissioned places from PVI providers. PVI partners are valued and they are required in order to meet the demand and to take account of the capacity within our own nurseries. So if a parent is looking for care between 7:30 and 6 p.m. or 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., then they will be able to get that from a commissioned place from a PVI partner. The difference is that once that £1.9 million is spent, there will be no more commissioned places available. And at that point, capacities within our own ELCs will require to be used up instead. There is no point in us having spare places, and we're trying to do this in as efficient a way as possible. And just to confirm, we have 10 standalone ELC centres that are open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And this morning, there were 67 places available for that service. and there are places available in each of the 10 ELC centres. So just to make this really simple, so people can visualise it, because I know it's complicated and it's important to try and cut through that so that people understand it. Let's just say, for example, that nursery X, and I'm purely using this as an illustrative example, but let's just say that nursery X has 35 commissioned places and 7 of them move on to primary 1. It might mean that nursery X can only take on 4 commissioned places instead of the 7 to replace those children. And the 3 would therefore then contribute to part of the £1 million saving. Now, it is the nursery that will decide, according to their admissions policy, how the commissioned places are allocated. We do not have any locus over that. It might be siblings, it might be first come, first served, whatever it is. We have an admissions policy. We plan ahead to make sure that there is continuity in learning in our nurseries. But the reduction will be gradual and it will be over time. And I stress this again, all children currently in a place will continue to have their place funded. Now that process will be repeated in each of our partner nurseries, and the balance of places to make up to the 150 equivalent is simply a budget reduction as opposed to actual children moving nurseries. Now that is the process that has been applied to all of our own ELCs over the last 3 years to deal with falling roles. And there is, we can see that coming through. There are less 3-year-olds than there are 4-year-olds, for instance. Other councils have not done that and are therefore required to take different decisions. That same process is now being applied to PVI partners to make the situation between our own ELC provisions and the PVI partners equitable. Now, the partner nurseries have met with senior ELC staff, and that process has been explained to them. At no point have they been told that they would be losing up to 15 places each. That is something that appeared in the media. They were told that we would work with them to manage this process and this gradual reduction in order to ensure continuity for the young people who are currently in the provisions, and if necessary, we would look at each on a case-by-case basis. So this proposal is a carefully managed process, a carefully managed approach that balances the financial sustainability with ensuring continued access to high quality early learning and childcare across our own centres and across that of our PVI partners.
I don't have any further questions. It was a brief question and a very detailed answer. Thank you, Mr. Reid. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Sinclair, and thanks, Mr. Reid, for your fulsome answer. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I have 3 or 4 questions, and it may be different officers for different questions. First of all, in relation to our community engagement strategy, which we agreed last year, the Audit Scotland, I think, has criticised Falkirk Council and other councils for not adequately engaging and has encouraged considerably greater engagement. Do you, but you nevertheless feel comfortable about the lack of consultation in some of these situations? I wonder if you could say a little more about that. Sorry, Provost, that was, I was referring to Mr. Laurie there.
Thank you, Provost. I have to say I'm still struggling a bit with the sound, Councillor Hannah. So my apologies. I think that you're right to cite the position of Audit Scotland in terms of not just that as being a general point made to various councils, but one specifically within recommendations to Falkirk Council. And I think as a council, we actually did a really good piece of work through the elected member PDP to get us to the stage where we had our new engagement strategy. And I think that will serve us. That will serve us well. And I suppose in addressing some of the concerns around about the proposals in front of us today, I was saying quite openly that I felt that we did need to do better, and there's more that we need to do, and I absolutely stand by that comment. But my concluding comment was that I felt that there was enough in the proposals, if you read the details in the report, in addition to the EPIAs themselves, for these to go ahead for proper consideration by the council today. I don't know if that absolutely captures your point. Apologies if not.
Thank you. That is adequate. My second question relates to the financial strategy. Now, this time last year, when we were setting the budget for 24-25, and when the financial strategy was agreed in October last year, can you confirm that the learning hours saving was included within that, all the assumptions that were in there? And that therefore, since this council did not take that 11.5 million saving, that in this budget now we have to address that?
Ms Templeman.
Yes, that is the case.
Thank you. My third question is in relation to the early years provision. It has been said in the deputation earlier on that there is a presumption that the funding follows the child, and that certainly was my understanding. Could we have a little more explanation of that? Because as I understand it, it means that whatever nursery provision a parent chooses for his or her child, the 1140 hours funding will go, provided it is a recognised nursery.
Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Hannah. I'm going to defer to my colleague Lisa McCabe, who's a Quality Improvement Manager, and Lisa looks after ELC provision and primaries.
Thank you. In terms of funding follows the child policy, Councillor Hannah, the policy also states that as well as there being a requirement for flexibility that the council has to provide, there is also a presumption of affordability. So whatever arrangements that councils, local authorities make for the delivery of early learning and childcare through a blend of its own provision and through PVI providers, that does need to be delivered within an envelope of affordability. So it is not the case that that can be infinite. So where parents make a choice, they should have a flexible choice to make. But there are also examples, and there have always been examples, where parents have had to be directed due to capacity issues, due to funding issues, to a second choice of establishment. And this budget option would be still in keeping with the principles of funding follows the child.
Thank you for that. Thank you. If I could ask another question. We heard a bit about the cost of early years provision in the private nursery versus the council nursery, and I'm struggling with some of these figures and how that all adds up. I wonder if you could say a little more, please, about the actual costs. Because no, my numbers don't add up.
Yes, so the costings and the complexity of how the costings work when we think about the council's responsibility. So the council's responsibility as a provider of its own establishments takes into account the cost of being an employer, so employer costs for its workforce, and it also takes into account the operating costs of other factors that can be around the buildings, etc. In the case of the council's responsibility to PVI, the council is a commissioner of places, so it's not the same. The council doesn't have the same obligations and responsibility as a provider as it does as a commissioner of services. So that is where the differences in those costs are. So the council, in its commissioning function to the PVI for the delivery of early learning and childcare, pays a sustainable hourly rate. And the sustainable hourly rate currently is £6.93, and that represents that commissioned service, but it doesn't represent the totality of what the cost to the provider is. And in the case of the private sector, they are the provider, not the council. So that accounts for the difference.
Thank you. With your permission, Provost, if I could just ask a supplementary on that. The allegation is that the council provided service costs more than the private service to the council. Is that the case?
So yes, the council's cost as the provider takes into account the employer costs, basically, the cost that we pay to our workforce. We have our own arrangements for how we structure our workforce that's not necessarily the same as what is in private providers. So our costs take into account all of that because we are the provider, we are the operator of our own services. In the case of what we pay to PVI, the council is a commissioner of that, so we don't have a responsibility actually to pay for everything that the PVI sector as the provider needs to pay. That would include building costs and other operating costs, for example.
Thank you very much. And with your indulgence, Provost, I'll just have one more question. There's been much said about the lack of consultation in relation to particularly the Early Learning Centre, but a number of the education-related proposed savings. I wonder if a little more could be said about why there has not been greater consultation and why the EPIAs have not covered as wide a range of issues as they might otherwise have done had there been consultation.
Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Yes, and I think I'll just draw your attention back to the comments made by the Chief Executive at the opening. In December, it was confirmed that the £11.3 million of savings from the Learning Week, I beg your pardon, the £6.3 million of savings from the Learning and Asymmetric Week were not going to be taken forward. And as you will all be aware, there is inflexibility around teacher numbers and the maintenance of teacher numbers compared to the number of pupils that we have in our schools, which adds a further £5 million of pressure, which was included in last year's financial strategy document, or the current financial strategy document. So once that was confirmed, we were tasked, given the size of our budget and the scale of the budget relative to other services in the council, to come up with alternative proposals. These proposals were contained within the financial strategy document about further reduction or removal of core services, but at that point were not worked up into proposals to bring before members. So there had to be some rapid work completed by officers to work those proposals through for inclusion in the budget, and that restricted the time available for engagement. Now, one of the important things about all of the proposals is that officers who are drawing up the proposals don't draw these up in isolation, but they draw them up in conversation and in partnership with the services that they are in contact with every single day, who are engaging with young people across a variety of different issues, who know the services intricately. So they were able to put, in my view, sufficient mitigations in place and assessing the overall impact that the different proposals had. That's why I am clear that the EPIAs, in line with the Chief Executive's view, are of an adequate standard to allow elected members to take to consider the appropriate decisions. And when I look at the EPIAs, because I think you made the comment there about they didn't consider a wide enough range of views, if you look at the EPIA for ELC in particular, the comments made are about the engagement with parents and the impact analysis on how the proposal would affect those with protected characteristics. But that is detailed within the EPIA document. But it's for that reason with the engagement that there's no confidence, but there's adequate assurance that a decision could be taken. And if I could just also add, in terms of the level of impact, we have considered the comments made by the task group, and in terms of risk to female staff who work in private settings and so on, there are mitigations that the team can put in place for each of the issues identified. So it's an ongoing process. There was engagement with the private providers prior to the report being published, and there will continue to be very valued and continued engagement with the private providers should the decision be to accept this proposal.
Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question to the Director of Education, or do we address you as Commissioner today? Will this be private?
Apologies.
Yeah, something's humming. Will this put private nurseries out of business?
We do the routine with the lights. I can't comment on whether it's going to put private providers out of business, but I can say that it's not 150 children that are going to be removed out of nurseries. Now, at the moment, in our private partners, we have 152 preschoolers and we have 219 anti-preschoolers. I think I would refer back to the example that I gave earlier regarding the nursery with 35 pupils, 7 moving on to primary 1, and perhaps only able to commission 4 places in the future. But that reduction would happen over time. It would probably happen over time anyway, because there are falling roles across the nursery sector. So any business, including the ELC nurseries that we run ourselves, is going to have to take that into account. So the overall number of places moving out of private providers is nowhere near 150.
Director, you said that, how do you balance places then? You have said you've had previous consultation with the private nursery owners, who are all shaking their head at me, right? So how do you balance the places? And you've also said that no child will have to move. You've just said that over time, yes.
No child who is currently in a funded place will have to move. That's the position of that. And the engagement was a meeting with senior ELC staff, indeed Lisa McCabe, who met with each of the providers. in advance of the publication of the report.
So there will be a record of that.
There's no minute of that meeting. It was a discussion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. John, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked to the deputation earlier on. I've heard everything that's been said so far, and this seems to be getting rushed through because of budget pressures. I don't think for 1 minute that the proper consultation has been done. We've heard to the deputation there's been very little information received by them. Can you maybe just confirm what engagement you have had and your department's had with regard to the private nurseries and when this took place?
Provost, I'll defer to Lisa McCabe, who had the engagement with the PVI providers.
Okay, Ms McCabe.
So thanks, Mr. Reid. Yes, there was a meeting. There was actually 2 meetings with different groups of PVI providers in advance of the publication of the papers. The purpose of that meeting was to give advance notification of the budget option being presented and going into the public domain. During the meeting, there was a discussion to, I suppose, illustrate in the same way that Mr. Reid has illustrated today some of what that might mean for PVI providers in Falkirk, and in an effort to give a level of reassurance that we would continue to work with PVI providers whom we value and clearly who parents value highly, and that would be part of a managed process. All PVI providers are not the same. There are differences within their operating models. So in order to take this forward, should it be accepted responsibly, my discussion with them was to give an assurance that as officers we would work with them individually to make sure this was part of a managed, carefully managed transition process.
So that meeting that you're alluding to possibly happened maybe a couple of weeks ago, and that's the only contact there's been with the private providers?
Yes, that's right.
I don't think that's appropriate. I think there should have been a lot more contact and a bigger lead-in time for them to actually air their views, not just at one meeting because of budget pressures.
I think I would refer back to the timeframes from which we were operating under Councillor Nimmo. The time constraints did make full consultation impractical, and professional judgment was appropriate and a proportionate alternative in completion of the EPIA. What I would also add is we were contacted by PVI partners, all of whom received a written response back once the papers had been published, and we have been contacted, or elected members, as you will be aware, have been contacted by a large number of parents, all of whom have also received an individual response back as well. But ultimately, this is a proposal for elected members to decide.
I think on the back of that as well, John, you'll be aware of all the emails that elected members have been receiving. I hope you've probably seen some of them. The content is very similar in a lot of them. A lot of disinformation contained in it, and I think that boils down to the fact that the service hasn't provided the right information or enough information in the first place.
Thank you. I am aware, and I've seen all of the emails that have been circulated around elected members. Indeed, we are responding individually to them all as a service on behalf of some elected members. I think the information is clear. I have just outlined what the proposal is. I think the difficulty has been in the way that has been interpreted by some media outlets and on social media.
Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. But the questions I had about the EPIAs have all been covered in the course of discussion.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now go to Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Provost. My question's for John. I just wanted to clarify on the number of wraparound places, John, and if that is 60 that's going to be available.
Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Yes, there are 67. When we say wraparound, I'm basing that on the places that we currently have available in our standalone ELC nurseries that operate from 8 AM to 6 PM. Every ward has a standalone ELC. Ward 4 has 2 ELCs, and as of this morning, there are places available in all of those nurseries in all of the wards, and there are 67 in total at the moment.
Thanks, John. A second question. So it's clear that with the proposed 150 places that are going to be cut, there isn't sufficient provision for parents who need a wraparound out with those times for the nurses that are going to be available. Is that right?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. No, that's not correct. There's more than sufficient places available if we were looking at numbers on an individual child basis. The overall reduction in the number of commissioned places won't be anywhere near 67 with our PVI partners, but I would reaffirm that all children who are currently in a funded place will continue to receive that funded place. So no child will have to move as a result of this proposal.
Thanks for clarifying, John. No further question. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brown. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost, and I have questions for a variety of officers, and I was going to ask Lisa or John, can you confirm that Falkirk Council, indeed no local authority, is able to fully provide childcare to meet the needs parents require from birth to age 4?
Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. The provision of ELC childcare in Falkirk is from age 3 to 5. Introduced last year a number of funded places for eligible 2-year-olds, and we also have a number of places for eligible for paid places for 2-year-olds. We do not in Falkirk have provision for 1-year-olds or babies. That is provided by the PVI partners, and parents will be able to continue to exercise that choice in choosing those partners because there is still £1.9 million of funding for commissioned places that will kick in when the child reaches age 3 or if they are eligible for a funded place at age 2.
Thank you. I've made a commitment today to try to be as brief as possible, so I wonder if, from a yes or no point of view on the question that the local authority cannot meet the needs of parents in what they require from childcare from birth to when they go to school, that we are not able to provide that, and therefore the PVI sector is essential.
We're not obliged to provide that, and I've already said that the PVI sector is valued, but no is the answer to the question. We cannot provide that from 0 to 4.
Thank you for the answer. So currently no funded child aged 3 to 4 in those 1140 hours will have to move. But children who have been settled in nurseries since perhaps they were babies and then become eligible for that funded 1140 hours at 3 to 4, if the funding has run out, they may need to move, and there is no certainty that we can provide on that.
I'll defer to my colleague, Lisa McCabe, who will be able to provide a response for that.
Thanks, Mr. Reid, and Councillor Murtagh for the question.
So year on year, as part of the admissions process, both at the council and for PVI providers, there is never able to be a guarantee to parents about any kind of continuation of placement. All of the placement and applications depend on the number of applications received, and a process needs to be undertaken both by council and PVI providers to manage those admissions. So it's never possible to make those guarantees.
Okay, thank you. I think that is a yes, but at the moment we can't guarantee either. So just to turn to questions, some questions for Kenneth and Amanda on what was said. And I would like to acknowledge that I appreciate what the Chief Executive has said and as far as what he can. But I would like to ask if he would acknowledge, however, that the situation that he has acknowledged detailed in my motion, especially as EPIAs were not published in the printed report, makes it more difficult for members to fully assess the impact of proposed cuts and consequently to be able to confidently make the best decisions.
Mr. Laurie.
No, thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I suppose I'd answer that by saying clearly the stronger the EPIA, the better the information, the more comprehensive, the better position that puts members in to make decisions.
Thank you. And it's been mentioned about the important context of the school week cuts, but would you also acknowledge, however, that although the school week cuts were only finally rejected in December, that as early as last year's budget papers, officers did set out what the potential negative alternatives could be, then going on to elaborate during the consultation presentations in spring, and then furthermore in developing those arguments in the two papers which came in the latter half of 2004.
Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost, and Amanda may need to correct me on this if I get it wrong. And my recollection is that when we initially put forward the proposals for potential service reductions or cessation of services, that was in the financial strategy document of October last year.
I suppose just to clarify, so obviously I did go back and read the budget paper from last year and what was in the presentations in the spring. And what I'm asking is whether you will acknowledge that part of the argument for taking those cuts, the school week cuts, was that officers were saying confidently that the alternatives, some of which are here today, would be more impactful. And that's why the school week was being developed.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I mean, at the time, I remember the discussion when we had the Learning Week debate at Council, and there was obviously a lot of controversy around about that. But the comment I made very clearly, and I think Mr. Reid said the same thing, that given the range of options, we had to take significant resources out of children's services. Our strongly held view was that the proposal we brought forward in relation to Learning Week was the most appropriate way to deal with the challenges that we faced. And particularly, remember, I think it's 11.3 million is the figure when you cover both Learning Week and the teacher numbers position. And getting equivalent savings to that from other sources would be, I think, immensely challenging and would have significant impacts. What we have in front of us today, developed at relatively short notice, is a series of proposals that add up to a fairly small fraction of that, approximately a fifth. I think it's a couple of million are total savings here today. So it's not a substitute, an alternative to Learning Week. It is a small step to bridge that yawning gap that we have in the budget. And the view that I'd expressed on many occasions and others as well, that in order to bridge the gap, there need to be more savings from children's services. You know, despite the scale of pressure and despite the fact that in many regards I think Children's Services is what I describe as quite lean already. Additional savings do need to come forward from that source. That was my request. Maybe it was an instruction to John that he had to respond to that in the context of the loss of the Learning Week and the teacher numbers position, which only emerged in December. And these savings have been brought forward in this context. Are they perfect in terms of the process we've gone through? No, they're not, and I've acknowledged that. Do we need to make significant additional savings? We do. Is this part of the journey towards that? It is. Thank you.
Thank you. This could be for Kenneth or Amanda. You both mentioned the uncertainties and the risks. There's nothing in the risk or indeed the equality section of the report highlighting the EPIA task force judgment that 86% of savings do not confidently demonstrate compliance with public sector equality duty. Would you acknowledge that not being able to demonstrate compliance increases the risk to the council of legal challenge and therefore reputational and financial risk to the council?
Mr. Lorry.
Yeah, thank you, Provost, and thanks again to Councillor Murtagh. I mean, yes, the risk is greater, but let's not assume that even if these analysis from the EPIA team at Section 10, even if they all said yes, that risk still exists. So it's a matter of degree. It's not an absolute. It's not the EPIA team do not act as a gatekeeper for these issues, but they have a very important advisory role. But clearly, the more work one does to consider the implications, mitigate the risks, consult, etc., the stronger the position is.
Thank you for that answer. So to move on to Amanda, so you said we're sitting 8th lowest at the beginning of this budget round in terms of the position of council tax. And obviously from just now we're dead last because we're coming at the last day. But historically we've been lower. Can you explain what the impact that has had in real terms in terms of being so low? And, for example, the magnitude of funding that we've not been able to collect with reference to other councils over the years.
Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I don't readily have those kind of calculations to hand. I know that we previously looked, probably about a year or so ago now, and we said that had we had the top council tax in Scotland, had we had the same Band D equivalent for the top council tax in Scotland, we would have estimated that would be an extra £10 million a year in income. So it can make a significant difference. I have tried to sort of flag up in the report in paragraph 5.7.3 that having the 8th lowest council tax in Scotland, 6th in mainland Scotland, but we've got the 11th highest population and we've got the 13th highest proportion of the population living in deprived areas. So that alone would suggest that we need to be generating higher levels of council tax.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting an exact figure, but what you said was £10 million if we'd been in the top, but that's been over a number of years, potentially more than a decade, yes, so it's a cumulative, yes. I'm just going to say that as a no, it doesn't answer. So the suggested model from officers in the report was, I think, a 16.7% council tax increase and an 8.3 million use of service concessions. If we had put up council tax by 10% last year and taken less service concessions in balance, would your recommended models in the report this year have had to be so high?
Mrs. Templeman.
I suppose there's two things I would say. One is that this isn't an officer recommendation. This is just an illustrative model. We specifically don't make recommendations about council tax levels within the budget report. So that's just an illustrative model for members' information. When we looked at the financial strategy before, what we said was that even if members accepted all the savings, and at that time that would have included the Learning Week, even if members accepted all savings and fees and charges, council tax would have to increase between 10 and 15% every year for 5 years to balance the position. So I think we've kind of tried to set out a position that clearly shows that the importance of council tax to getting us to a financially sustainable position. I haven't done the calculation specifically that you've referenced there, but I think our modelling has tried to demonstrate the importance of council tax rises to the position.
Thank you. So in conclusion, my very last question to Chief Executive, and I appreciate everything which has been said thus far, genuinely I do, but will he give me an absolute commitment that he will lead strongly on this, working with myself and others to ensure that we do not have a repeat situation where 86% of proposed savings, regardless of context, have no consultation and are assessed not to confidently demonstrate compliance with general and public sector equality duty?
Mr. Lorry.
I am committed to that work.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I've got a couple of questions. First, I'll maybe go to my Children's Services colleagues, and then on the wider budget. There was a bit of a theme that kind of came through earlier that I just wanted to clarify, in that there was a bit of an inference that perhaps there was a difference in the quality between our local authority nurseries and those within the private and voluntary and independent sectors. I would just like to maybe get a comment from the member of the team in relation to particularly the council nurseries. I may not be in a position to comment in relation to the independent private sectors.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. I'll defer to my colleague Lisa McCabe to provide a response for that.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, and Councillor Meikle-John for the question. So the information that's been included in the EPIA on page 11 gives an overview of quality measures as determined by the Care Inspectorate. So the Care Inspectorate is the Scottish regulator for the daycare of children, and they inspect nursery provision, registered nursery provision, and that being the case, they would inspect private providers and council providers. So as you can see from the summary that is provided, that is factual information. That information is in the public domain, but is summarised in the EPIA. You can see that council nurseries, by the measure of care inspection gradings, perform very well, generally very good across all quality measures.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted to confirm again from my own understanding that part of the reason for bringing this forward wasn't just purely budgetary, but it was the fact that there is a falling demand. There's a change in the need for places.
Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. Yes, that's correct. So that it's I think widely known that pupil roles are decreasing as far as our projections can tell, and we're seeing that same pattern within ELCs as well. And what Falkirk has done over the last 3 years is to adjust the provision within our centres so they are as efficient as possible. Other authorities are taking other decisions, and now we're applying the same process and same principles that we have applied to our PVI partners.
And just my final question in relation to this particular subject, how would or what would be the impact of closing a council nursery? particularly at this time?
I'm actually not sure I heard that. Could you repeat that? Sorry, I know you're just sitting there.
Apologies, yeah. I think the closer we are, the worse the sound appears to get. I was just wondering if you could tell me what the impact would be of us choosing to reduce our provision by closing a council nursery, and the impact that that might have on communities.
Okay, I'll get my colleague Lisa McCabe to answer that question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reid. I think what we would say and have said in communication through correspondence and through inquiries over the past while is that there is no plans to close any establishment, be that council or be that cause that impact in our PVI sectors. It feels that there is a level of demand for all services. The impact, should we think about closing the council establishments, would be significant given the population that we see across those establishments.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just wanted to turn now to the wider budget. And Amanda talked about a number of pressures and risks within the system. One of them is obviously our health and social care partnership and the need for support there. And I don't know whether Amanda would want to do that, or if we have Mary here to just maybe give a wee bit of a context in relation to the pressures that the health and social care partnership are experiencing, and indeed the council's responsibility in making sure that they do not go into an overspend position and make sure that we're able to support them.
Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor John. I know Mary is on the call, so maybe if I start off and then with a sort of overview, if Mary wants to come in. Marie, sorry. So yes, we are anticipating that we will need to make additional funding to the health and social care partnership, and that could that's still subject to discussion. I suppose it depends on some of the pressures that they're facing, the impact of things like employers' national insurance on them, and also discussion about reserves, so their 24-25 position, what that might mean for their reserve position, and then also we need to sit down with NHS Forth Valley as well and look at the overall position. I suppose what I would say is that there's been an Audit Accounts Commission report published that has been flagging up the challenges for integration joint boards across Scotland. Many integration joint boards are facing significant problems in 24-25 and relying on contributions from their partners. We unfortunately don't appear to be in that position for 24-25, but likely we will be in that position 25-26. One of the things I would stress is that I think for myself, I'm reassured by the huge amount of work and transformation that the Integration Joint Board are working on and are developing. We know that moving into years 2 and 3 of their medium financial plan, their position is improving, is set to improve based on that work, albeit we know that there's significant pressures in that area. So I think we will have to make an additional contribution in 25-26. At this point, I'm expecting that would be a one-off contribution, that they wouldn't require that in years 2 and 3 because of that significant transformation programme that they have in place. And I would also say that we are having really constructive, helpful meetings where we're sitting with the partnership, with the NHS, Forth Valley officers and ourselves to start looking at that kind of scale of that transformation and the impact that can have right across the 3 organisations. But I can see both Marie and Gail are on, so they may want to come in and say more.
Ms. Keir, do you want to come in?
Yes, thanks, Provost. Thanks very much, Amanda. Yeah, as Amanda set out there, there's a significant number of pressures for the partnership at the moment. We've brought budget updates through the budget process, and one of which was remitted to the council as well, setting out a budget gap of just over £20 million over the next 3 years. So there's a number of pressures obviously being recognised in there, many of which will be similar to the council's. including pay, inflationary pressures, that employer's NI liability. We've also dealing with demographic pressures and that ongoing demand on services at the moment for social care. And we've had to recognise some unachievable efficiencies from previous years. Also in the NHS side of the budget, we also have prescribing pressures which are fairly significant. We also had a one-off contribution to the budget process this year of £4 million, which we've had to recognise on a recurring basis as well. So all of these things are contributing to that pressure that we're recognising over 3 years. The budget working group have worked really extensively to bring forward what Gail and I believe are a really good set of proposals, and we've focused on what we can deliver and focused on that whole system approach and a transformational approach over a number of years, rather than just bringing 1 year budget. We're looking at the longer term, that medium term over the next 3 years. And as Amanda says, at the moment, those proposals bring forward a package which would have us still have a shortfall over the 3 year period of about £1.2 million. However, next financial year is a pressure for us, as Amanda set out there, saying that might be a one-off contribution potentially from the partners next year. So at the moment, that's approximately £4 million, and I'm drafting our budget paper at the moment on that basis. But as she said also, in year 2 and year 3, we would hope that the efficiencies would outstrip the pressures in those years. So in essence, it becomes a cash flow problem for us for next financial year. Now, we believe that those proposals that were brought forward are really comprehensive. They will be challenging to deliver, but given the capacity, we're working through our management structure at the moment and hope that that capacity will allow us to deliver this and drive forward the changes that we need to. And in view of that, we would be hoping to bring back further proposals to meet that final 1.2 million gap over the 3 years in future years. So we'll still be looking at that. But for next financial year, we're recognising that there is a real challenge, and to bring forward any further proposals might be really challenging and setting us up with a proposal that may not be deliverable. The reserves position is really challenging as well. The most recent set of projections that we've had, the situation is deteriorating for this financial year. Now, we expected a lot of that, and we had intimated that would happen to the IJB. So there are a number of movements in our projected position that make the reserve position worse. So at the moment, and this is just in draft form, where previously we felt we could hold on to £2.2 million worth of contingency reserves, that is reduced fairly significantly to almost a few £100,000 at the moment, based on the current draft paper. So that clearly brings us below our recommended reserves level, which is not ideal. We would ideally want that capacity and that buffer to allow us to move forward with the transformation that we want to bring forward. So that is a risky position. And also there are those risks that Amanda set out, and they're also in the paper as well, around the employer's NI. There's a real risk of sustainability for providers, for external providers, around that employer's NI position. Gail and I have attended roundtable discussions with Scottish Government and COSLA and Scottish Care and providers and others in recent weeks around that challenging position, which is quite a sobering position. That ongoing support at home and care at home demand, but we are trying as much as possible to put grip and control in place as well. So we've introduced a number of measures this year which are bringing down that demand or carefully managing that demand, whilst trying to minimise the issues for performance around that as well. So that will bring us benefits for next financial year. So for example, one of those is a 2-for-1 admissions policy for long-term care, where we've managed to bring down the external long-term care places by 50, which equates to approximately £2 million of a reduction in spend. And we're putting in limits on care and support at home hours as well. So that grip and control will continue into next financial year. And although we have that shortfall for next financial year, we're really committed to continuing that grip and control and working with partners. And also, as Amanda said, that we've had really constructive discussions with both NHS Forth Valley and with Falkirk Council colleagues, chief executives and chief finance officers, and we hope to continue that. They've been really positive conversations and really supportive conversations to this point, which has been really helpful. I'm sure Gail might want to come in as well with some comments, but I'm happy to answer any other questions anybody might have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor McEldrawn, any further questions?
Just one final question, but just to say thank you very much to both Amanda and Mary. That was a very comprehensive overview, which I think is helpful there. It was just a final question, either to the Chief Executive or to Amanda, was about how the importance of savings in helping us be able to continue to manage the structural deficit as we go forward, as that is one of the recurring areas that can help rather than continue to plug with the service concessions going forward. I just wondered maybe a brief comment around that.
Okay, Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor McEldrawn. So the position we've set out in the financial strategy and the budget is that fundamentally on a year-on-year basis we need to be matching our income to our expenditure, or our expenditure to our income, and at the moment we're not. We are spending beyond the income that we're getting. What that means is we're having to chip away at money which could be used to better effect to deliver investment, for example, and that's our service concessions. We recognise that in terms of the year-on-year budget, every year the council is projected to have additional pressures of sort of between £7 and £8 million a year, roughly. And what we need to do is get to a position where each year we are dealing with that £7 or £8 million through council tax, through fees and charges, and through service savings. But at the moment, what we're doing is carrying forward what we've referred to as the structural deficit, because when we use service concessions in 1 year, or any non-recurring funds in 1 year to balance the budget, we have to find that again the next year, and that's that structural deficit that we're continually carrying forward. And that's what we really need to fundamentally tackle.
Thanks very much, Mrs. Templeman. We'll now go to Falkirk.
Thanks, Provost. I've one or two questions for Mr. Reid and his team. With regards to some of the savings in children's services, because I've had emails from different residents, parents, with regards to the music tuition. Can you explain regarding the savings in that, please, Mr. Reid?
Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Yes, regarding music tuition, part of this is actually operational, but the reason it's in front of elected members today is for the fact that part of the proposal is about introducing a nominal charge for the hire of instruments or the participation in the various ensembles which run across Falkirk. We're very, very proud of our instrumental music service and the skills and talents that it develops in our young people. And if you're going to the annual concerts next week, then you'll be able to experience that yourself. In terms of what will the impact on the pupils be in terms of the tuition they receive, there will be no impact. They will notice no difference. All we're doing is moving around, and a bit of technicality, the budgets that some of the posts are paid from, but there will be no impact to the young people whatsoever. For those young people that can afford to contribute, to make the modest contribution to the ensembles or hire of instruments, that is fine. But as specified in the EPIA, which has been accepted as given confident assurance in meeting the various duties, no young person who is in deciles 1 or 2 or free meal entitlement or clothing grant will be expected to pay that. That will be picked up by the service. Other authorities, and there are not many authorities that do it, but other authorities do charge for participation in ensembles: Aberdeenshire, East Dunbartonshire and Orkney. And our modest charge stands us in good stead compared to what they are charging.
Thank you very much. My next question is the consortia travel.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr, yeah, we pay at the moment roughly £63,000 to taxi young people in the senior phase from one school to another to ensure that there is a full curriculum available for them to study. I think the simplest way of is maybe just give you an example here so you fully understand this. At the moment, thanks to the investment the council has made through Connected Falkirk, we have 12 virtual courses that run, which young people from across the authority all study at the same time, delivered by the same teacher. It's very effective. It gets very good rates, pass rates. What we can't always do, particularly in our smaller schools, is offer a full curriculum because it would be inefficient and establishments don't have the staffing to deliver that. So the situation is, let's just say if a young person wanted to study a particular subject, it wasn't available in their school, it wasn't available in through the Connected Falkirk offer, then we would transport them to the other school so that they could study that and be part of that class. And that's what costs £63,000. Our proposal is to remove that, but the proposal is in each of our high school establishments to install the appropriate IT equipment that would allow them to join in as an individual member of a class that's running in another school, not just on their Connected Falkirk device, but more video conferencing type facilities. So that young person will still have access to the full range of curriculum options and will have no detriment to their pathway and the exams they take at the end of the year. So they will not notice any difference as a result of that change.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. And I'm just going through them all with regards to, obviously, we've seen the demonstration outside, interrupted learning services, and I think there's been some misinformation regarding this. Can you explain? Because the whole thing about them not wanting to go to school is massive for these children.
Yes, I can. Thanks, Billy Kerr. And I think it's well known, this year we have 36.84% of our young people from primary 1 to S6 who have an identified additional support need, and that's growing year on year. And schools are adapting what they offer to deal with the range of needs of the young people that are in front of them. There are a group of young people who have particular needs and particular difficulties that means that it is not appropriate and they cannot attend for whatever reason a mainstream school, and that's where our interrupted learner service comes in. It too is experiencing growing demand, and what we need to do is to look at how we deliver services to those young people with the resource that we've got in order to meet their need. But I should make it very clear in the proposals that were presented, no young person would be forced back into their mainstream school that was causing them difficulty in the first place for them attending. Secondaries, in particular, have developed a variety of provisions over the last 5 or 10 years in response to that growing demand to deal with another cohort of young people with similar difficulties, and the proposal was about exploring the work in our mainstream secondaries and matching it with individual conversations with the needs of those young people that were attending the interrupted learning support ILS service to ensure that their needs would be met.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. And just for me, for clarity regarding the ASN provision for second and primary, moving it from 6 till 8 pupils per one, will that, is it manageable?
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. This is in relation to the proposals of increasing the teaching staff ratios within our ASC provisions. Yes, it's very manageable. Our ASC provisions at the moment are staffed very generously when compared with other similar types of provision in other authorities. So we took the decision to move from 1 to 6 to 1 to 8. What that means is around an hour per week of less one-to-one time with a teacher per child, but actually it would probably be less than that. In our ASC provisions, we also value the contribution that our support for learning assistants make, and this proposal does not seek to alter that balance of support. So in terms of teacher support, it would be an hour per week less. But just to clear up, most young people in our ASC provisions are in and out of mainstream classes. They are not within our ASC provisions or units all of the time, 100% of the time. So they would continue to receive the same support in the mainstream classes that they receive just now, because that is normally provided by a support for learning assistant, and we're not seeking to do anything with the ratio of those staff within our provisions.
Thanks, Mr. Reid. And the last subject is what we started with, was the PVI providers. How many PVI providers is there in Falkirk, either partners or non-partners?
So we have 13 partner nurseries, and we have a range of additional different types of PVI providers like childminders. Childminders are not in scope with this proposal.
Thank you. So how many, when we mention about the money that's provided for the children, how many children does the council have that is able to get this funding?
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. In total, just going to refer to the figures. In total, we have 2,550 young people within our ELC provision. So 2,550. That includes those that are within our partnership PVI partners. And in terms of the private partners, there are 152 preschoolers and 219 anti-preschoolers, so about 360, 370 people, young people out of the 2,550 would attend PVI partner nurseries.
Probably my last question, Mr. Reid, is if the PVI providers are that much cheaper, why do we not use them more?
Thanks, Bailey Kerr. I think that question has already been answered by Lisa McKay, but I'll maybe just give an overview, ask her to provide an overview of the difference in cost between the PVI providers and the EL and our own ELC centres.
I know the cost, and I know why the cost is, because we are whatever she says, ambassador. But what I'm saying is, for savings, why we know, because the PVI providers will be providing an experience for these young children, the same as the council is. Why we know using, I didn't mean cheaper, but I did mean cheaper.
So, thanks, Mr. Reid. We have undertaken quite a significant reduction in council provision over the last 3 years. So, as Mr. Reid explained earlier, this approach would be to bring a kind of equity to that approach that would take into account our private and voluntary sector providers.
Thank you very much, both of you.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Any other questions? Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Just like to get back to a question I wanted to ask the Director of Finance. Amanda earlier, could you fully explain, especially at this time, the legal obligation to produce a balanced budget? And you said that it's not officer-led. Now, I know there's cuts everywhere. We're working under a very difficult situation at the moment. I know us, we are member services, we can't get letters sent out now, and things are really, really difficult. And it's difficult for everybody involved. But if you could give the legal definition then for producing a balanced budget, please.
Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Spears. I'll need to look that up for you, I'm afraid, and come back to you. I think we've talked before. The council has to say the council tax, and that's kind of the genesis of having to have a balanced budget, because the council tax should be the balancing figure. The challenge we have is, given the financial position, there's a lot of other factors in the mix, but we have to set the council tax by the 11th of March, and it does have to be a balanced budget. But I can look up the definition and come back to you.
I'll just bring Mr. Moody in at this point.
Thank you, Provost. And just to confirm what Amanda has said, the root of the matter lies in the obligation in the Local Government Finance Act of 1992 to fix a council tax each year. And in doing so, the council must have a balanced budget to assess what the council tax will be. As Amanda says, it needs to be done by the 11th of March, but in practical terms, to allow the notices to be sent out to council taxpayers, we are essentially on the last day on which this can practically be done. So that is the legal and practical obligation on you today to produce a balanced budget.
Thanks, Mr. Moody.
Thank you. I actually knew the answer, but I thought it was better to share it with a wider audience. And also explain that everybody is suffering by cuts. As I mentioned, our member services is no longer the service we used to enjoy. And every service is cut. And that's the difficult dichotomy that we are in as elected members, because legally we need to produce a balanced budget. Thank you.
So any other questions? Councillor Raymond.
Just on the brown bin charges, last year we increased them significantly to £45, and that had a knock-on impact that we sold less brown bin permits. Increasing that again, would that not have another knock-on impact to decreasing the amount of people who would buy a brown bin again?
Mr. Berry.
Through you, Provost, it's our view that it isn't directly linked to the price increase, or certainly if it is, it's not been proved enough to demonstrate that link. So it's our view that we can go up to £52. That is within the sort of realm of a lot of what other councils are doing. And obviously, if we did see a further drop off, then we could say, okay, there is a very significant link between the two. But at this stage, we don't think we're able to make that direct link between the increase and the drop off.
Thank you. I'll make my opinions on that known later. There was another question I had. It was raised by the deputations that placing requests for Falkirk Council nurseries had closed on the 28th of February. Will this proposal impact that, and will the placing requests be able to be reopened?
Mr. Reid or Mr.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Edmund. There is no need to reopen that because no child who is currently in a funded place will be required to move.
Is placing requests not for people who are not already on the funding places, but they maybe put in a placing request for a funding place, so they would have maybe, if they'd have known this before, put a placing request in for a council nursery?
Yeah, I think I'll defer to my colleague to answer that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Reid. Thanks, Councillor Redmond. Just a technicality, placing request legislation doesn't apply to early learning and childcare. It's an admissions process, so it's an applications process. So you're right to say that the applications process closed on the 28th of February. That's a kind of arrangement that we put into place to try and get the majority of applications forward. The actual process of allocating those places is ongoing and doesn't conclude actually until the end of April. So we would now undertake a process to try and do that matching exercise that happens every year, and that would continue should this option go forward in the same way.
Thank you. My very last question was in kind of touched on it in, well, Councillor Hannah's one of her questions. It was about the pressure placed on us by the Scottish Government setting more teacher numbers. Could you maybe just go into a bit more detail of what our current teacher numbers are, what you feel they need to be, and obviously they're setting, what your opinions on that would be?
Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Provost. Thanks, Councillor Redmond. Yeah, I think I'll refer you to page 16 of the papers and 5.43 and paragraph B that talks about teacher numbers. Now, the government, Scottish Government, have asked, and communications from which are contained within the budget pack as well from the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, Shona Robertson, that local authorities are being asked to maintain their teacher numbers at 2023 levels. And for us, that would be maintaining a number of 1,683, because that's the census return that was submitted at that time. That is not in any relation at all to the number of young people that we have in our school across primary and secondary. We, on average, over the last 5 years, not including COVID, were round about the 1,650 mark, and our ask and submission to the Scottish Government was to take account of our mitigations that we've put forward to ensure that that would be our target rather than 1,683, because we don't need 1,683 teachers, and nor do we have the resources in order to fund 1,683 teachers. Now, that submission was made at the start of the year, and we are waiting, as are all councils, on communications and engagement with officers at Scottish Government to see which mitigations would be accepted or not. And at that point, we would know what our actual target is.
Thank you. That's all my questions now.
Thanks very much. Councillor Nimmo, final question.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Just on the back of Councillor Spear's question, it's really the same question, just turning it around a bit. And it's addressed to Colin. I think he's probably the best person to answer this. What happens if we don't set a balanced budget, Colin, here today? And obviously there's going to be future impacts with budget cuts as well, so there's maybe even a bigger chance of not setting a budget in the future.
I think my short answer is to that you will set a balanced budget because of the nature of the standing orders are there are budgets proposed with us, and there isn't an option other than that one of those will emerge as the successful budget for the council. But to take your hypothetical a bit further, if there was no council tax set today, we would, I think, have to maintain the current council tax levels, which would create a catastrophic gap in the finances of the council with catastrophic consequences for council services and its workforce. But as I come back to my initial point, we have budgets that are on the table. The standing orders provide that one of those will emerge as a successful budget.
Very much. So we'll now break for lunch. We'll come back at 2:05, and the reasons for the hour is to give everybody a chance to discuss amendments and maybe come up with compromises, maybe merge amendments. So it gives everybody a chance to discuss it. So we're ready for a debate when we come back in. Thank you.
Thanks,
Back
Provost.
past you.
Thank you.
Margaret, could you come off this meeting so that you can go into the... Aye.
You're coming through the loudspeaker in there. Okay, what am I doing? What other meeting?
Welcome back, everyone. I'll just go to Councillor Meikle. Do you want to see, after, since we've had the recess there, just to see if there's any changes to your motion?
No changes, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah, any changes to your amendment?
Our amendment we now wish to withdraw because we have an agreement with Councillor Murtagh who has incorporated a number of the things that we had asked that we were looking for. So it's now a joint motion that's coming forward and a joint amendment coming forward, and our amendment is now withdrawn.
Thank you. We'll now go to Bailey Kerr.
No change to our amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh?
Yeah, so just to advise that is the case, that I have amended my motion or my amendment and incorporated aspects of the Labour group's motion into the independent amendment. So I have given copies of that to officers. I don't know whether there'll be the requirement then to circulate that, but hopefully they can confirm they have them.
Circulate the...
Provost, I just wonder if there's a potential there to maybe take 10 minutes to give further consideration to the changes. I
was just thinking that, if we have a 10-minute recess just to discuss. So we'll take a short recess just to go over the amendment.
It's no, it's open. Open.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Is there any comments after that short recess on Councillor Murtaugh's amendment?
None from us, Provost.
No
Billy
comments.
Kerr?
Nothing from us.
Councillor Spears? No. Okay. So we'll now go to Councillor Michael John to move her motion.
Thank you, Provost. I really sound as loud as I hear myself. Okay.
Speed you up a bit.
Oh, not at all. First of all, just a thanks to the officers and the finance team led by Amanda Templeman, but also to the chief officers and the heads of service for the huge amount of work they've put into developing this year's budget in line with the Council's financial strategy. And looking at the national context, as a result of increased funding from UK Government to the Scottish Government, local government were able to be provided with a real terms increase, the first since 2010-11. This is welcome and a step in the right direction for local government and who have been provided with an uncommitted level of revenue funding for this year. However, due to the unprecedented financial challenges being faced by our councils, the additional funding is not enough to be able to reverse the planned cuts to vital services across our communities, and we need year-on-year real terms increases to address the continuing pressures on services, including inflation, pay deals, pensions, greater demand for services, including housing support, and ever-increasing strain on the care sector for ageing population, all of which will be dependent on the continued increased settlements from Westminster. Having seen just what's coming over the hill yesterday, I think that continued pressure, particularly in local government, is going to be increased with benefit cuts. Additional funding very quickly has also been eaten up by what will prove to be a devastating policy decision, a tax on jobs with the changes to employers' national insurance contributions, with direct costs to the public sector around 550 million, rising to 750 million, with indirect employee costs such as those in childcare, higher education or social care are included. The compensation from UK Government is 300 million. That's all the Treasury it was prepared to give, and this falls short of what is required. It appears that Scotland has been punished for having a larger workforce, better paid workforce, which provides more and better services than the rest of the UK. Moving to the local context, this year's real terms increase, while welcome, the impact will have been limited due to the factors over which we have no control, which include interest rates, borrowing rates, inflation, as well as the changes to national insurance. Falkirk Council's biggest challenge is that we have a structural deficit of 85.4 million over the next 4 years, with 27 million being a gap for this year. Education and social work service make up 80% of the council's budget. Education alone is 58%. Our workforce counts for 60% of the council spend. And over the last 10 years, we have taken 100,000 of savings out of the budget. Sorry, 100 million, beg your pardon. Okay, Amanda, I realise my mistake. Historically, education and social work services have been protected year on year, with savings coming from other service areas and gaps met with one-off funding, which is no longer sustainable. We agreed our updated financial strategy in October, which set out a route map that worked towards being financially sustainable, allowing planning for savings over multiple years, as well as the use of council tax, reserves and of course service concessions. To achieve the outcomes for both the council's agreed priorities and deliver the financial sustainability, it will be important to adhere to that strategy. This will of course be updated following decisions today and be brought back to members to reaffirm support for the strategy, taking account of the changes. This is an appropriate place in which to do that, as making decisions within indicative at this stage will set expectations with the public which may not be able to be realised once detailed information is known. We have to work with the levers that are available to the council to bridge a budget gap, which are limited to increasing income through council tax and increased fees and charges, and to reduce expenditure through service savings, efficiencies and transformation. In reality, all of these will be required to utilise in order to produce a balanced budget without significant shocks in the system. Target operating model, which was adopted as part of the financial strategy, has delivered a number of savings throughout the year. An example of that is within the SPR, and this will continue to support services going forward. There still, however, remains a number of pressures and therefore uncertainties that will be needed to be factored into our budgetary management and assumptions. Well, we know the direct costs of the national insurance contributions, which is 2.7 million, that has been covered with 3.5% in our council tax increase. However, there are indirect costs that are difficult to quantify, but will be an additional cost to the council we will have to fund. There are also outstanding issues around teacher numbers and the reduction in class contact time, both which have still to be resolved and carry a potential in-year financial pressure to the council. Further potential pressures are around pay awards. As the council's budgeted for 3%, however, the trade unions have asked for a much higher award, with employee costs taking up 60% of the council's budget. There's currently no ability for the council to meet their demands. We also have local pressures to deal with, such as the recent issues found in relation to the repairs that are required to Madison Primary School and the potential to provide financial support to the IGB. I thank the Chief Executive for his open and honest comments in relation to the EPIAs and that we need to improve. That said, there is a significant level of information within the papers that assist members in making decisions. The EPIAs are a tool to help inform members when taking decisions, but must be used as a balance along with all other information that comes forward as part of the budget development process, as well as considering in the context not just a single year but as a wider financial strategy. They should not prevent us from taking difficult decisions, but allow us to understand the impacts and the mitigations. Administration have attempted to take a prudent and pragmatic approach to the budget, using all that was at our disposal, recognising that would not be possible to do so without taking difficult decisions. Historically, as a council, there's been a reticence to take difficult decisions, and we'll see that later today, which has compounded the council's financial position. It's unfortunate that that has continued with the rejection of savings, and examples of that moving home to school transport and to the statutory provision, which has continually been rejected. As has been already said, education along with social care continues to be protected along with other services having to bear the brunt of the savings burden, which has been much of that has been within operational. That situation is no longer sustainable. Therefore, the administration is posing to accept all the savings with the exception of school-based officers and interrupted learner service. However, it's recognised that the interrupted learner service needs to be reviewed to ensure that it is delivering on the agreed outcomes. School-based officers are a valued resource that can enable early intervention that minimises issues within the communities and can prevent young people from taking pathways that limit their future life choices, which could be more costly to them and indeed the need for additional services. Fees and charges, historically again, Falkirk has had more generous provision in some areas of service, and it was also had lower fees and charges. Within the financial strategy that was agreed to move closer to the Scottish average, and work is being progressed on that and with a view to keeping Falkirk competitive with other local authorities. However, that has presented some challenges, and recognising that last year there was a significant increase in bereavement services. Therefore, we are proposing to limit this year's increase crematorium fees to 5%, which will cover inflationary rises and keep the service aligned with others. As has been said, Falkirk has the 8th lowest council tax, which is 6th in mainland Scotland, 11th highest population and 13th highest population of deprived population. Our council tax has been historically low since 2011, when the council tax fees was first introduced, along with below average fees and charges, and we have continued to provide greater than statutory provision. This has been compounded by previous leaderships within the council not being willing to take difficult decisions and reliance on one-off funding to cover budget gaps. As has been said, this is not sustainable. Neighbouring councils having a higher council tax at the beginning of the council tax freeze, and therefore they have continued to keep in line and brought in between 2 and 6 million per annum more than Falkirk. The financial strategy shows that there needs to be an incremental move towards the Scottish average, and it's fundamental to getting a more sustainable financial balanced position. In order to do that, it's inevitable that a larger increase than other councils will be required. This is then funding that can be directly used to provide services. Therefore, in an attempt to balance the need to work towards the council being in a more financially sustainable position, decreasing reliance on one-off savings and enabling much needed investment in our communities, while not overburdening council taxpayers, the administration, after much deliberation, will look to set a council tax of 13.7%. This will mean a rise of band D to £1,550.54, the rise on the band D being the equivalent of £3.65 per week, which is the equivalent of a takeaway coffee. There are 13,500 households already in receipt of council tax reduction. These would be protected from any increase, and there will be additional households who will then qualify for council tax reduction as part of or in full as a result of the increase, protecting our most vulnerable. And we have our income maximisation team who are willing to help and support anybody that may be in difficulty and ensure that they are able to access the benefits that they should be able to. Service concessions, there's an opportunity has been welcomed to use these effectively. They can bring real benefits to the council. As was agreed in the financial strategy, they can buy us a bit of time to be more financially balanced, but they are not simply there to plug budget gaps. That will not fundamentally address the underlying issue of the structural deficit. The strategy clearly sets out the opportunity to use service concessions to invest in our communities, but can only be achieved once the balanced budget has been achieved through recurring means. We've already in principle agreed to set aside 30 million of the service concessions for investment, but in order to maximise the opportunity, our reliance on them must reduce. The administration is therefore, as part of the budget setting process, using 11 million of service concessions. The balance would then remain in abeyance for use for investment in the future. Our IGB and Health and Social Care Partnership continue to deliver the best possible quality services to our elderly and vulnerable citizens. And despite becoming they have become fully integrated, and the service redesign continues to be, but they do continue to be under pressure. Increased costs, while there are other pressures also with an ageing population and an increasing demand. IGB are experiencing significant financial pressure, and it's likely they will have to use all the reserves to balance their budget. This will leave a number of risks in the system, including the impact of the employer's national insurance, as well as job evaluation for care workers, national care home contracts, and of course the increasing demand. Health and Social Care Partnership have a recovery plan in place, part of which is to increase adult care charges, which have been below the Scottish average for a significant period of time. And increasing those charges, even with that, will still remain one of the lowest in Scotland. It will take some time for the actions in the recovery plan to deliver savings, and it requires, in the meantime, they may have to go into an overspend position, and therefore there will be an obligation on both the council and the health service to cover the respective parts of that. Therefore, it's proposed to create a contingency fund to consider as part of the review of the reserves. This review will not just cover the general reserve, but also earmarked reserves and the funding that is predicted to come from the extended producer responsibility for packaging in order to maximise what may be available to support the wider budgetary work and non-recurring spend that will deliver on the Council's priorities. Inevitably, the Council continues to shrink, and this will have an impact on our workforce, which will continue to change and reduce. It is, however, vital we invest in our workforce to being able to continue to deliver good quality services, including ensuring that our terms and conditions remain fit for purpose and attractive to ensure the Council is an employer of choice and able to support our financial strategy. In conclusion, Provost, the administration budget proposal reflects the need to make savings while balancing our community's needs to access vital frontline service and the need to make investment. While there has been the need to make savings, and in doing so, difficult decisions have had to be made, it's important to remember that we are still delivering investment of 486 million to fund services across Falkirk. We believe we have been pragmatic in our work to get to where we are today, and In proposing the council tax increase that reflects the situation while still seeking to protect households as far as possible in an investment across the council area. I hope others will be able to come to the table to set a budget that balances the needs for delivering vital frontline services and investment with protecting households from council tax increases above what is absolutely necessary, and not allow principled hypocrisy to cloud judgment and play politics. I move our motion, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a second? Councillor Garner?
Yes, Provost, happy to second this prudent approach.
Okay, thank you. I'll now go to Bailey Kerr to move his amendment.
Thanks, Provost. This has been an accessible, difficult budget to produce, shaped by many years underfunding the Scottish Government and the financial burden imposed by Labour's Government national insurance hike. These external pressures have left Falkirk Council facing a significant deficit, and it falls on us to make tough decisions necessary to secure our council's financial sustainability, while ensuring that we do not unfairly burden the hard-working taxpayers of Falkirk. Our fundamental belief is clear: taxpayers should not be billed any more than absolutely necessary. We understand that the people across Falkirk are already feeling the squeeze from rising costs. It would be easy to pass the full burden of this crisis onto them, but we have taken a different approach, one that balances financial prudence with fairness. And we recognise that 10% rise in council tax is a fair, far from ideal, but given the severe financial constraints, a significant increase was inevitable, especially after last year's disastrous council tax freeze. We set our budget apart as our proposed rise is the lowest it was of the four, now the three budget options presented today. This is a clear demonstration of our commitment to standing on the side of the taxpayer while ensuring that the council remains financially viable. We are not rising taxes out of choice, but out of necessity. However, we are doing so in the most measured and responsible way. Where others might choose to simply hike the council tax up year after year, we are determined to do this differently. We believe that Falkirk Council should first and foremost be looking at its own inefficiencies before placing additional burdens on residents. That is why our budget includes a firm commitment to reducing the unnecessary background costs and ensuring that taxpayers' money is spent wisely. By cutting inefficiencies, we can protect frontline services and keep as much money as possible in the pockets of Falkirk's people. Despite these financial difficulties, we remain ambitious for the future of Falkirk. Our budget includes the same use of service concessions as the administration's proposal, ensuring that we can invest in the key projects, including the new Falkirk Town Hall, and improve our sports facilities. These investments are crucial for the long-term prosperity of our council, and we are proud to support the initiatives that will enhance our communities for years to come. This budget is not one of easy decision, but one of responsible fairness. It is a budget that recognises the pressures Falkirk faces and seeks to minimise the burden on taxpayers, and that ensures our council remains financially sustainable. Above all, it is a budget that puts Falkirk first. We urge this council to support our proposal today and to stand with us to deliver fairer, more efficient and more sustainable future for Scotland. There have been many factors out with our control in this budget. The situation with the teacher numbers, the increase in the national insurance, the ring-fenced funding I have one constituent who's 11 employers. That's an increase of £1,000 a month for a small business for national insurance. What chance have large companies like ours have? The demoralisation closure that has happened at Grangemouth and the surrounding areas, people don't know what's coming next. And there are many proposals from officers, some of which over the years we have fought against. And we didn't take them because we didn't think it was right at the time. However, it has gone beyond that stage, where even the unacceptable savings need to be looked at. The number of emails regarding the places regarding the PVIs was quite staggering. And at the start of the process, we were totally against this proposal. And that's why we asked Mr. Reid to come and explain, because we thought that there was some misinformation and on social media and the main news. We believe that no child should be disadvantaged in any aspect, whether it's private or by council. Again, the music tuition was being spun as that no one would benefit from the service. When I attend at the schools, as Mr. Reid already mentioned during his summary earlier on, you go into these schools and the talent is amazing for many, many of our pupils. What's been asked is not for everybody to pay, it's who can pay, pays £25 a year for a loan of an instrument or for the sessions. That is why our council tax is the lowest of all the proposals. The consortia travel, we have over the last 10 years invested just under £20 million in funding our digital equipment. This allowed us to continue our learning experience through the COVID pandemic. Unlike other authorities, we've seen the benefits of investing in our digital connected Falkirk. The ASC provision for teachers has already been explained. This wouldn't affect the children who receive this. And one that we were strongly against was the school-based officers. This is something that we feel to be valued, not only for the school, but for the children and their families. The fees and charges, there are minimum increases in most services. Again, we receive emails from concerned constituents regarding these fees and charges. We did debate them all, and again we thought it's better to keep the council tax low and not everyone will be hit by these charges. Provost, I commend our budget to the council.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Do you have a seconder?
Seconding with the right to comment.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Could you put a light off Bailey Kerr, please? We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh. Speak to your amendment.
Thanks, Provost. And obviously I'll have to make some amendment as it goes, so bear with me. But the budget I am about to move, I believe, is the best budget on the table today. It prioritises the services to our people, it matches investment and does what is possible to maintain prudent use of non-recurring spend. And I can't tell you how many times I have started trying to compose these remarks and deleted them, because the truth is, I do feel physically ill to the pit of my stomach to even think about putting forward a budget where we are having to advocate for these sorts of impossibly hard choices. And in that admission, I want to say something with respect to all councillors here in our relationship with the general public, and particularly on social media. We are going to take an awful lot of abuse over this budget. All of us, no matter what the outcome is. And we already are. And that isn't acceptable, but it is the reality. So I hope that what we all say here today will try to respect that situation and not make it worse for each other. I do not like any of the budget motions, not even our own, but I do believe it is the best attempt to find balance in truly horrendous circumstances. Those circumstances which led us to this financial situation, we could spend days debating, but it won't change anything here today. We have a £33.5 million budget gap this year, and by the time we leave, we need to have agreed how we're going to bridge that. We have a duty to our constituents to find a solution in the here and now that learns from the past and does not repeat mistakes into the future. And we cannot ignore that for more than a decade we have lost out on many tens of millions of pounds from lower than average council tax, which we could have used to be able to invest in our communities and make savings services more sustainable. When this round of council budgets began, we were sitting 8th lowest, and now as the meeting began, we were dead last. We know that last year's freeze means that this year we have no option but to raise it significantly. I wish we had gone with 10% last year, and then we wouldn't be looking at 15% this year, but we didn't. So let's move on and not repeat that mistake again. The proposal that we have jointly put forward should still keep us outside the top 10 highest council tax charges in Scotland, but those are just stats, and it's what our decisions mean in real terms to real people that makes them so important to get right. So I want to turn to the savings options, which I know none of us actually want to have to take, but the reality is they are on many of the budgets on offer in the motions before us. And I'll try not to labour the point on EPIAs, but quite simply, it is unsupportable, wrong, and I believe very strongly putting us at huge risk of legal challenge to be considering cuts in the circumstances which are presented to us today, regardless of the context. The Council cannot confidently demonstrate compliance with the general and public sector equality duty, a legal duty on 6 out of 7 savings proposals. As you've heard, that isn't my judgment. That's the judgment of professional Falkirk Council officers who have the training, expertise and specific function to advise us on these matters. And I do appreciate that there were challenging circumstances, but I am firm in my view that this situation is still completely unacceptable to make valid, informed decisions. And I am grateful to the Chief Executive for acknowledging as far as he can on this matter and to give his commitment to actively work to ensure we never find ourselves in this situation again. And 2 years ago, I remember very well having to make the agonising decision to vote with my colleagues for a budget that I knew had no EPIAs available to any groups before they made their decisions on which savings to take. It was wrong then, and it is wrong now. Whatever progress we have made on EPIAs and equalities in general, we threaten it to its core if we are simply prepared to ignore and override what we can all see with our own eyes and just agree to take the cuts anyway. This budget is the only one that does not have the cut to the ELC PVI places within it, but it also rejects others which do not confidently demonstrate compliance with equalities law. And I'm not saying that we should never consider those cuts. I am open to debating them and to finding ways to making them less impactful and fairer where possible. But we cannot make the necessary changes to transform services if we are not given the evidence to do so. If the impact assessment does not demonstrate an adequate assessment of impact, on what evidential basis are they included within our budgets? The lack of consultation, the fact that every one of the service savings is from children's services, but there is not one CREA amongst them, not one child or family consulted, not one service user consulted. I acknowledge the challenging context outlined this morning, but how on earth can we justify that as not an exception to the rule, but in 86% of what is put forward today?
And I am glad that we have had some measure of voice from parents and children who have made representations on the ILS and the ELC cuts. But that's because they were in a position to know about it late as it was. And if anyone is frustrated that not every member of the public has fully understood every detail of every proposal here, that's the sort of thing that consultation and engagement could have allowed us to improve. Who is speaking up for those kids on the rest of the service cuts? Where is the voice of the kids in the ASC units and their families on the increase to staff ratios? Where is the voice of the kids making their career choices or already made, who don't yet know what might happen with the consortia travel? It's nowhere. How can we mention our commitment to UNCRC and specifically Article 12, where children and young people have the right not just to be consulted, but to have their voice heard by decision makers in decisions in matters which affect them? Where is their voice in this meeting exactly? So I know that not taking those cuts means that the amount is going to primarily go onto council tax. And I hate that. But there is at least some evidence of consultation on council tax increases, and the overall impact spread across all of us is less than a potential impact that none of us actually have the evidence for. Our budget is 50 pence more per week than the SNP's, and I wish it wasn't. I wish the entire funding model for local government wasn't broken and desperately needs reform, but it is. And while I hate having to put it forward, it is the right thing to do. And I don't think it's an unreasonable ask to save these critical services for our families and children, given the situation I've outlined already and what we've heard today. And I am glad that the 10p more per week that was on the Labour Group's original budget has allowed us to have constructive discussions to keep that same figure, but to improve on some of the positive aspects now included in this budget. And as I said, I don't like any of these budget motions, and I'm clear that we absolutely need to learn from the mistakes of the past and explain more clearly to the public why we are where we are. But no amount of blame or finger pointing will get us out of making them today. Ultimately, for the sake of our communities, we are here to find the least worst option for now that also has the best chance of financial stability for the future and safeguards the services they need. I believe that this amended budget is the best option for that. It takes less non-recurring funding than administration or the Conservative budget. It matches funding on capital investment through allocating 1.5% of the council tax rise to much needed projects. Crucially, it saves critical services for children and families who have not even been consulted on the proposed cuts. And indeed, it makes a commitment to doing things better in future so that we can actually achieve service change, and addresses head-on the situation with EPIAs and our UNC obligations that could otherwise put the council at greater legal and financial risk. I would end by saying to the people of Falkirk that I have done my best to find a budget worth voting for, to work with others to find compromise and to take on board as many views as possible. I think we have come to a reasonable compromise, and I will let others speak to the positive aspects that they have been able to add to this budget to strengthen the unified result. While they have arrived at different outcomes, I acknowledge too that other councillors have worked on that basis too, and we as individuals will struggle with fee increases and service cuts to our families every bit as much as anyone else in Falkirk. Criticism and scrutiny are healthy and they are necessary, but abuse is never justified, and I would note that it does very much hurt our families too. I move our budget and I ask members of the council for their support. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much.
Provost, a point of clarity. There was a point there, and I appreciate Councillor Murtagh was doing her presentation. She was talking about all councillors, and then she says we jointly present the budget that she's just did. She just changed it later on. I would say the SNP group did not take part in making Councillor Murtagh's, because it was her presentation, and I'm sure the Conservative group didn't either. So just for clarity, the jointly did not cover all councillors.
Okay, thanks very much for that
19,
clarification.
91, can I just clarify?
Councillor
'Cause
Murtagh.
I'm not sure if Councillor Rice has understood. What I was saying is that I acknowledge that all councillors in every party, sorry, is that okay to come in on 19.1? I am acknowledging that all councillors in every party and none have worked on a basis that they want to do the best for the people of Falkirk. And what I have said is that I have done my best to collaborate. That does not mean that if there has been no approach to me from anybody in the SNP, I cannot help that. My door is always open. So I'm not saying.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. I think the
Provost 19.1, again, she's misrepresented something in her opinion, and I appreciate Councillor Murtagh's got as valid opinion as anybody else in the room, but it's in Councillor Murtagh's opinion.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Murtagh? Councillor Hannah.
Yes, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I first of all want to commend our officers for the remarkable amount of work that they have done in bringing forward all this information. And I'd like to say thank you also to all our officers for the patience with which they've answered my never-ending questions about the detail of this. I think this is probably a first where we have both the mover and the seconder of this motion really quite unhappy about the contents of our motion. The position here today for all councillors was going to be challenging. We've tried very hard to find a way through a very difficult situation, as have all our officers. And what I would describe this motion as is the least bad option of the ones that were there. We have to remember that Falkirk Council has the second largest budget gap in Scotland. It has a budget gap of 33.5 million, and that is the challenge that we're looking at here. Why have we got a budget gap that size? For 18 years, the Scottish Government has underfunded all local councils. For 18 years, almost every year, there's been a council tax freeze or a cap on council tax. So councils have not been able to raise the funds locally either. Since 2007, the Scottish Government budget has gone up by 98%. Local government budgets have gone up by 27%. That's why we are where we are. Now, I'm not going to go on at length about it because we are where we are, and what we have to look at here and what we have been looking at here is how we improve the situation. Earlier on, Mrs. Templeman pointed out that when you've got more money going out than you have coming in, you've got a problem, and one or the other has to give. We have not been able for a number of years, and last year we tried to increase the council tax. The Labour motion was to have a modest increase in council tax, and if that had been taken, we would not have needed to go this distance in terms of an increase in council tax this year, because that's on the income side, bringing in the income. Remember that in 18 years, the increase in council tax in Falkirk Council area has been £6 per week for Band D. £6 per week increase over an 18-year period. This budget proposal that we are putting forward is a further £4 per week on Band D. It's 50p a week more than the administration's proposal. Now, I know that there are many people for whom that is a lot of money, and I take my hat off to people who are living in difficulties, and I do find it difficult, as you can tell, to put forward this proposal. However, if we're going to protect our public services, if we're going to try to improve things for the people of Falkirk Council area, then we have to have additional funding. Now, I'm really pleased that we've been able to come to an accommodation with Councillor Murtagh in terms of she has added in our survey for public transport, which we think is really important. Everybody knows I've been in this council chamber before arguing about the importance of bus services. I think we need to look at what we can do in the future to improve on our bus services. There is a ring fencing of funds for road safety around primary schools, which is a matter of considerable concern to me. In terms of the savings that we have not been willing to accept, that is not us saying that for all time those are unacceptable. The situation here is that we have been convinced that the level of consultation has not been as it should have been. The end result has been some misinformation as well getting out there. So we are not necessarily in principle against the savings that are being proposed. What we are saying is that we need a proper consultation first. And people need to actually understand what the proposed savings are. In terms of investment, we have been happy that Councillor Murtagh has agreed to go to 1.5% for the investment, because that is going to enable us to make a big difference in terms of the potholes, in terms of our schools, in terms of a number of other proposals which are in the papers here today. I am very sad to be proposing this budget, but I do believe our budget, our joint budget proposal, to be the least bad option.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now open up for debate. Any questions? Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. It was just maybe for Amanda to clarify, Bailey Kerr had made a couple of comments during his statement saying about passing on the full burden of our financial crisis on to taxpayers.
Councillor Patterson, it's really contributions to debate, not specifically questions.
Oh, apologies. I was just looking for clarity, but if that's not the right time, I'll take that on board.
Anyone else got anything to say in the debate, or do we just go to the vote? Oh, apologies. Since there are no other questions, would you like to sum up, Councillor Meikle-John? Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, can I thank Councillor Murtagh for a very passionate speech about something which she obviously feels very strongly about. This is probably the most difficult decision that I've been asked to consider in my 2 terms as a councillor. Any decision to impose additional cuts to all of our residents is not made lightly. What's been proposed by all members is a mixture of substantial council tax increases ranging from 10% to 15.6%, as well as hugely damaging service cuts. With these difficult questions before us, it is our considered opinion that due entirely to our current financial predicament, the need to address our budget deficit can only be met through council tax. Recognising that the imposition of extremely damaging service cuts on top of the council tax rises is unsupportable. From the deputations that we've heard today, we've very clearly heard of devastating cuts to nursery provision and the wider impacts it will have on young families, parent employment ramifications, and private nursery job numbers. It can't possibly be acceptable. I'll now move to the principal thrust of what was originally a motion seconded by myself, but I'm really pleased to see the agreement of the Labour group to put forward this joint amendment. The failure to comply with their duties to general and public sector equality matters. To learn that unsubstantiated EPIAs are being referenced in the papers before us today, and these very same EPIAs were, and I quote, not able to confidently demonstrate compliance with our general and public sector equality duties, is disappointing, to put it mildly. You had this confirmed by the Chief Executive. We have just not complied. It is that simple. On the basis of these facts, I am personally uncomfortable that we have not satisfied our legal obligation with regards to the UNCRC and Corporation Scotland Act 2024. I will not support the proposed service cuts where the requirements of the EPAs have not been met. We cannot pick and choose where we feel EPIAs should be applied or ignored. What's the point of the Council's EPIA task force if we can just override their findings? EPIAs demand our consultation with the end users, and we have not consulted, and as such, the EPIAs fail. Given all of what we have heard today, I'm confident that the arguments developed in Councillor Murtaugh's amendment have been well made and evidenced, and I'm happy to add my support to Councillor Murtaugh and Labour joint amendment. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor McCabe will now go to Bailey Buchanan.
Can you hear me okay, Provost?
Yes, loud and clear, Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you. I'll be very brief because it's been a long debate, but very important. I would just like, obviously, maybe yourself and a few other councillors have been here some time, would realise the importance of the rises in council tax. I'll take you back since the inception of council tax rises, when a former councillor, Councillor Jerry Goldie, during the budget process every year stated quite clearly that we need to put the council tax up. Obviously, the government started freezing it and actually threatening any council that put their council tax up so much, then there would be serious implications financially. So the fact is, I think a few councillors have mentioned that over the years, I think Councillor Murtaugh has stated it quite clearly, what the situation would have been in terms of finance coming in over the years where we didn't actually put it up. And now we see ourselves in this type of position. I'm going to fully support Councillor Murtaugh and the Labour group, and thank you for your consideration, Provost.
Thanks very much, Bailey Buchanan. If there's no other questions, I'll...
Just to say, I will also be supporting Councillor Murtaugh and the Labour group, mainly because it's the right thing to do. Mistakes from the past, frozen council tax over many years, have actually led to this.
Yep.
It's led to us getting a lower payment with the Scottish Government. It's led to us, we're way down the league on who pays council tax, but we were storing up problems for the future, and the future's here, and the future's now. We will all struggle with the increase in this budget, but we're helping our young people be following this amendment, this motion. We're helping to protect our public services, and we're actually starting to build a future. And our future takes investment, not cuts. So I'm happy to support.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. If there's no other questions, I'll go to Councillor Meikle. Do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Provost. I have to say I'm really disappointed in that there has been a lot of talk about getting consensus and collaboration, and to have worked to the point where we felt we had a very pragmatic budget that aligned very much with the socialist principles of the Labour Party in particular, and keeping the costs down, and then having two budgets that were so very, very close to not even be given the opportunity to put in front of the Labour group where we might have had the ability to go to consensus. So we met with the decisions made. So that's really disappointing, and I think we need to just reflect on the collaboration and the work going forward, and remember about integrity and trust, where we'd had discussions around savings that have now been not taken forward. And that's been disappointing, and that will have an impact on the wider council, I have no doubt, in going forward. To move to consultation on those savings, potentially they will have to come back. They'll have to come back in a different format. But I do think that in doing this the way they have, potentially is that it's going to be pretty flawed, because the public will have taken a view. And yet again, we actually just see that people not wanting to take difficult decisions. And I now fear that no matter how good an EPIA is, it will always be used against decisions that people just don't like to take. Because while they may not have been perfect, there was a whole host of information there that could have enabled people to take a decision on the in relation to the budget proposals. So I think we just need to be careful that it's seen for what it is, and people are hiding behind aspects of that. I feel for our officers who have put in a huge amount of work and have led the services and indeed service users up to the top of the hill, to only have the rug pulled from them again and have to go back to the drawing board, because when these come back, it's not just going to be these, it's going to have to be more than this that comes back to enable us to be able to make the decisions that because it's going to cost more in doing that. The Scottish budget has continually had to mitigate the impacts of decisions, poor policy decisions made by Western successive governments. I'm not going to pick on any one, because both have made poor decisions, and as a result, Scottish governments had to mitigate that. Therefore, the pot of money is not being able to be shared out as much either. So we must remember that. But what I'm going to remind people of is one of the poorest policy decisions that was made was around PFI. Last year's burden to the council tax from PFI was 15 million, or 19% of the council tax yield. In the last 25 years, that figure is over 19%, and it's a total payment of 318 million for the build of 5 schools at a cost of 65 million. So let's just reflect on some of the poor decisions of the past and stop repeating them. The council has got into a financial difficulty, and not all of that has been related to government and government funding. It's about the fact that there's not been localised decisions taken within our control, and that's not all been about council tax, because all you have to do is look at where other councils have been, and they've taken difficult decisions. So it's really disappointing. I think the Labour group have not done themselves any favours in the collaborative sphere by doing a complete U-turn and rejecting the savings that they said that they were going to take. Doesn't look good publicly. And while I can't promise what the public will take out of this, and a 15.6% council tax increase, then what they might say, I think any criticism is going to be well deserved in relation to that, having taken a very prudent approach to keep the costs down as low as possible, to now have to be able to try to justify what is unjustifiable and what's going to be voted on today. Thank you, Provost.
Yes, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. We'll now go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. The motion is moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Garner, against which there are 2 amendments. The first moved by Bailey Kerr and seconded by Councillor Bundy. The second moved by Councillor Murtagh and seconded by Councillor Hannah. And there are then 3 propositions before the Council for decision. The vote is taken on the 3 propositions together, and each member will be asked which of the propositions they support. If one of the propositions has a majority of members voting, that will be the decision of Council. If none of the propositions have a majority, then the proposition with the fewest votes falls out, and there is then a second vote taken between the 2 remaining propositions. So just as a reminder, the 3 propositions are firstly the administration motion, the first amendment, which is moved on behalf of the Conservative group, and the second amendment, which is the Independent Labour proposal. Provost Bissett.
Second amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Second amendment.
Councillor Aitken.
Second amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Second amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Second amendment.
Bailey Buchanan.
Second amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
First amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
First amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Second amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Second amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
First amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Second amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Second amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Second amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Second amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
First amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Second amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
And Councillor Spears.
Second amendment.
Provost, there are 9 votes for the motion. There are 4 votes for the first amendment. There are 14 votes for the second amendment. There are 27 members voting. So accordingly, the second amendment has a majority of votes and is agreed.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. We'll now take a 10-minute comfort break. Well, welcome back, everyone. Next item of business, agenda item 4, capital strategy. It's a report by Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services, pages 113 to 151 in your agenda papers. The report is taken as read. There have been no amendments submitted, so there will be no debate. And I'll just open up for questions to officers, and it should be on the substance of the report. So any questions for officers on the capital strategy?
Provost. It was just a comment that bringing the capital strategy at this point, it would be helpful perhaps to have it before we had the capital programme, and I just wondered how aligned that would be if we were to couple that with the financial strategy, and just to take a view from officers on that.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. We have been talking about that internally within finance, but how we can potentially realign some of the reports so that we're not bringing so much to members all at one time. So we haven't kind of quite concluded those conversations about whether we could incorporate this as part of the financial strategy or whether we could bring it earlier in the process, sort of maybe in the January, for example, rather than coming to the budget meeting. But it is our intention to try and change it for the 26-27 budget.
Any other questions? No. So I'll just go to Councillor Meikle-John to move your motion.
Thank you, Provost. Ultimately, we need to have a capital strategy, as we do with many other strategies, that helps us to manage our capital programme, but also around our capital management spend. We have our treasury management that's coupled with this, that enables us to actually manage things prudently. But I think having the strategy, which then clearly shows what our council priorities are, and we are then able to align our capital programme with that, and indeed our resources, is the right way to go. So withstanding the previous comments, I think having it at the same meeting as the capital programme is a wee bit out of kilter, but understand why it's here, and officers have kind of indicated that they see the same thing as having that approved beforehand, so that it's a wee bit more aligned. But I'm happy to move the capital strategy as is.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, happy to second, reserving the right if needed.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. I'll now go to Councillor Hannah for any comment.
No comment, nothing to add.
Okay. Bailey Kerr?
No comment, Provost.
Councillor Spears?
No comments.
Thank you. Any independent members with any comment? No. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you. Next item of business, General Fund Capital Programme. The report by Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services and Director of Police Services, pages 152 to 176. An adjusted motion was circulated and published ahead of the meeting. The report is taken as read, so do we have any questions for officers? No. I'll go to Councillor Meikle-John for her motion, speak to her motion.
Thank you, Provost. Our General Fund Capital Programme tends to be something that is a wee bit more visual, particularly for our communities, albeit on occasions they may not see the sense to some of the works that do go on, but we do know the history behind that, and indeed the need for those particular works, roadworks, etc. I know that the residents of Bowness are quite frustrated in relation to the roadwork programme there, but they are essential, particularly for maintenance and road safety. So that is contained within our capital programme. Obviously, the amount of spend that we have on our roads and our road maintenance is always of interest to our communities, and has been something that's been quite the subject of discussions over the years, and we see that we are continually putting levels of investment in there, and last year we gave additional capital funding for roads, and the proposal that went through today, which was part of virtually all of the amendments, the 1.5% additional council tax will again help to support that, along with other investment directly within our communities, such as dealing with localised flooding, which is becoming a huge issue in certain areas, and it has been for some time, as well as other aspects, including investment within other communities as well. This is also aligned with some of the works around our service concessions pre-allocation, which at this stage will remain an aspiration until such time as we reach financial balance. But our general services capital programme is 250 million over the next 5 years. The additional programme that's supported by the 1.5% council tax is 50 million, and I'm pleased to be able to move that, particularly in relation to the funding that will be given through the ICT system, I think 3.5 million, because that will be critical to allowing the council to take forward areas of transformation, but also to be able to upgrade our systems to make them far more efficient, and wherever possible and develop further digital solutions within a digital strategy that will allow our customers to be able to access it in different ways. But I think it's a prudent capital programme, and it has to be because we don't have the ability to borrow to the same extent. We are very constrained through inflation and interest rates on that, but it does demonstrate some very outward-facing projects that will be able to be identified with our communities. One of the areas in which our capital will need to be redirected and indeed adjusted is in relation to the repairs required to Madison Primary School. And while there's still to be some clarity around that, I think it's important that we at least acknowledge that, and hence the reason for the addendum, which cites that particular item, and indeed how we may seek to cover that borrowing for the future, to be able to allow that particular piece of work to go ahead. So I'm happy to move the capital programme as in the report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Have you got a seconder, Councillor Garner?
Yeah, happy to second again.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Provost. I'm really pleased that we were all able to agree on the importance of additional investment, and that some of the council tax increases used for making improvements across Falkirk Council area, and happy to support the addendum relating to Madison Primary.
Thank you. Bailey Kerr?
No comment.
Councillor Spears? Any independent members got any comment? No.
Provost.
Sorry,
Provost. Yes, I don't have an amendment, and I agree particularly with the addendum about Madison Primary, and it goes to show why it is really important as well that we are prudent about the way that we commit to capital infrastructure, but also to the use of our reserves, etc. As I think this will be the last opportunity, I just want to say that in preparation of this report and those on the agenda today, I know many of us have thanked Amanda and the finance team, and indeed the governance team, but I want to say a special thank you particularly to all those in the background, whether that's in printing reports or organising what needs to happen in the room, particularly as we saw today with sound, and to Colin specifically, and to Brian and to Chief Executive, to Carly and Jim and the whole team, who are quite a new team. I think this might even be their first budget altogether. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes which others don't see, and I have found their time given very generously very valuable, and also to the qualities team. I won't name them, but they have come under scrutiny today. They have been mentioned a lot in a way, and I hope that they are supported too, and they see the importance that we're placing on the work that they do too. So I just wanted to say thank you, given the final contribution. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. So that's the final item, and I think we've managed to get through things pretty well. So only remains to say safe journey home.
Thank you.
Thanks, Provost.
Thanks all.